Want to wait for your staff?
And welcome to Nassau County Board of County Commissioners meeting. I guess it's a workshop technically. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. And please stand for the invocation and the pledge. Dear Lord, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us listen politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals trying to promote their own agendas. May we have a spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together on our shared mission. Protect our first responders and military men and women wherever they may be serving. Amen. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Commissioner McCullough.
Here.
Commissioner Gray.
Here.
Commissioner Farmer.
Here.
Commissioner Huffman.
Here.
And Chair Martin.
Here. County Manager, do you have any expansions or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
County Attorney?
I have none, thank you, sir.
All right. New business. Any member of the public may address any item under new business. There's a 3-minute time limit. Is there anyone who wishes to address any item under new business? All right. We're going to move into tab A, presentation and discussion of the fiscal year 2024-2025 tentative budget. Assistant County Manager Ireland.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we go through this presentation, one thing that I may ask of you, Mr. Chair, is the county manager may interject on a couple items. So we'll kind of do a dual presentation if you'll allow him to kind of interject in those types rather than recognition through the chair individually on each time.
I'll think about it. Of course I will.
Appreciate that, sir. So tonight starts the tentative budget process. We'll walk through many of the items. I'm going to give you the highlights in the beginning. We have a structurally balanced budget. We've reduced the millage rate, and most of our funding goes towards sheriff, fire, and roads. And so you'll see that echoed throughout many parts of this. So before I start the presentation, I did want to give recognition to the OMB staff who has been critical in structuring this budget, along with county manager's staff as well, Mr. Robert Companion. So you have Chris LaCumbra, our OMB director, Cindy Wood, the assistant OMB director, and then Megan Sawyer and Sharon Johns in our OMB management and budget coordinators. So with that, and I do want to recognize this, we have a lot of our department heads, individuals in here who have helped us to structure through this budget process, make some of those critical cuts as we went through many of the steps here. So for a calendar standpoint, as we talk about the budget, the big thing is the winter strategic planning session. Before we start looking at the directions, what we're going to balance, what the state revenue projections are, any other items in this budget, we start with the board giving us clear insight into their thoughts for the year coming. And that winter strategic planning session has been a critical tool as we work through the budget. Following that, we work with the departments April and May, work through their request, some of the things that we need to adjust or shift into different years or modify those expectations. Coming into basically June, the CIP review, and then tonight's meeting is the first meeting, and as we get to the board meeting after the workshop, it'll be the adoption of the tentative maximum millage rate. Following this workshop, we'll work through July and August, working on any workshops, other items. As you know, as a board, we work with you on the individual questions. I know we spend a lot of time typically in this budget process going line item by line item. There are questions and items that are critical to you, and so we make sure we answer those questions through the next 2 months. As we get to September, we go through the formal public hearing process with the September 9th and September 23rd being the 2 public hearings required. So as kind of a foundation, as we look at the budget, the big thing that we have to deal with is growth in this county. So from Bieber reports, we essentially look at our population is growing an average of 3.7% over the last 3 years. Right now, the 23 population is in excess of 100,000. We broke that threshold. 24 is sitting about 106,000. And we're estimates from the Bieber report to 114,000 by 2025. You will see that we tend to fall on the high side of these projections. And I believe what happens every year too is that scale tends to shift. And so we are seeing significant growth, and it's continuing. And the big part is with that growth comes new demands for services. Whether it's more wear and tear on our roads as you have more vehicle trip rates going on those, or whether you have your parks that are being utilized by more of the youth sports programs, or you have new demands for level of service as individuals come to Florida from different areas and look or seek for the government to have additional services to meet their needs. Outside of just growth, the economic pressures from consumer price index, this has been critical over the last couple of years. You'll see that our historical average through 2020 was about 1.52. That raised significantly in 21 through 23, 5.73, with 1 year being up over 8%. Right now, that has come down. And so as you hear of inflation cooling, that means, yes, it's coming down, but you also have to look at the fact that that's a compounding impact. So over the last three years, through the Consumer Price Index, we've seen over a 17% cost increase in just doing business. And that tends to impact many of our projects. I know in many of the items, we've worked on rebidding projects with our capital improvement plan, trying to get those numbers right, making sure that we can still be efficient in what we do on those. And so when we look at that consumer price index, we also look at some different indexes. So this is just one of the samples, construction cost index. Just know it follows the same trend line. You'll see here in 2022, their index rose 8%, followed in 23 by 6%. What you'll hear in the news is that is a cooling in inflation. In my mind, that's a 14% increase in 2 years. There is no recovery from those cost increases from what we've seen. It's just compounded and grown. One area that we have seen a little bit of recovery is with regular gasoline prices. In June 2020, we were just under $2. We raised to a peak of $4.72. That has subsided a little bit. In June 23, we're down to 3.3. In June 24, we're at 3.26. And I think yesterday when I fueled up, I got $3.06. So we do see a nice trend there, which is helpful.
How much did you say?
306 yesterday.
Where did you get that?
You got to get the discounts by going there all the time.
Okay.
So in our budget, we see about $2.5 million going towards fuel. That's really in the sheriff, the fire, the roads, those individuals that are driving from edge to edge of the county, making sure that services are provided. So this little reprieve on the prices has been very helpful, 31% recovery from the peak. But again, it's still 68% above where we were in 2020. So as I mentioned, the winter strategic planning session is really the first step where we get the guidance from the board on how to structure this budget and move forward. We talked about a lot of items in that 2-day session. We talked about capital projects, health insurance, employee retention, the community transportation coordinator, user fees, impact fees, opioid settlements, many items. One thing that I wanted to take from the high level here, and we'll talk about how those other things implement in the role, is really the main direction was continue to reduce the general county ad valorem millage rate. And so we're reducing it by 3.18. That puts us well in line with the Save Our Homes initiative, and it would be the 4th year of a consecutive millage rate reduction.
Before you move on from that one,
Yes, sir.
because 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, we started doing this reduction in the millage rate based on whatever the consumer price index was. Under Save Our Homes, there's a cap on what the property appraiser can raise your assessed value, and that's 3%, or whatever CPI is, if it's lower than 3%. So the cap is 3%. If CPI is higher, 3% is the cap, and if CPI is lower, then that's what we were going to do. And we've done that, like 1.4% and then 3%, and now we're doing it 3.18. So people out there, because that's what I've been preaching, and my colleagues have been preaching, out there on the campaign trail and anywhere we go, about what this board has done in the past three years and intends to do in year 4, could you, and using CPI and that 3% as the guide, can you explain the extra, because it's even better now, it's 3.18, where that 0.18% factors in?
Yes, sir.
And why? So
Yes.
the public can understand it.
So one of the goals and directives of the board was that if you were a homesteaded property, you would not see a tax increase. And so your taxes would remain flat year over year. Now granted, you're still going to see the benefit of increased levels of services through the budget process, but the way the math works is there are homestead exemptions, there are different exemptions on your taxes, and so looking at kind of an average parcel, we noticed that although the values went up 3%, and we did a 3% millage reduction, the exemption didn't go up 3%. And so there was a little variance, and so we wanted to take that little extra step based on the board's direction to truly make it a flat, no increase millage rate for the individuals with the homestead property.
All right. Thank you, because when people would call me and say, hey, I thought you said you weren't going to raise my taxes, but they went up X amount of dollars, and I would always say, and it's kind of what you explained in detail, but I said, well, that's just a rounding error.
Yes.
Okay, but now what you've done is you've made it a true reduction of CPI is, whatever CPI is, you've added that wiggle room in there to make it a true reduction, so it's a zero-sum game for homesteaded property owners.
Yes, and there'll always be some variance, some rounding error depending on the true value of the house. So we look at the median income price, we based it off of that.
Right.
That got us to the 3.18.
Okay, thank you.
All right, continuing on kind of what the foundation of the budget is before we get into the numbers. Like, what drives us in our winter strategic planning session, it goes back to our Vision 2032. It goes back to the fact that the focus in this boardroom has been to increase the quality of life for those living in the county. Continue to improve our infrastructure, continue to grow the infrastructure to meet the new needs, parallel roads to the 200, all of those items are part of that focus, and how we can really create a good foundation of economic impacts and financial feasibility. That all leads into the Vision 2050, so my short plug there is that's still going on for those residents that want to have their voice heard. Make sure that they're going to that Vision 2050 and providing comments as we continue to plan for this county moving forward. That then leads into the strategic plan. So part of the winter strategic planning sessions were to really develop that interim strategic plan in the beginning, see how we modify, make it grow going forward, and really make sure that it's a useful tool that's being implemented. Going through that as we work through the budget, some of the first steps that you don't see when we're working with our departments is we continue to examine the fiscal strengths, review those one-time costs, remove those out of there, and kind of identify savings where we can. We'll talk about later some of the cuts that we did this, because it's not always transparent for the board how we refine or tighten this budget before it gets to your direction. On the other side of that, from revenue standpoint, we always have impacts from the state. So whether it's unfunded mandates, whether it's different revenue projections, we have to work with the state numbers to make sure we have that side of the equation as well. And then those expenditures. Again, we talked about consumer price indexes, other items, really are capital projects. We don't control the constitutional officers. They submit requests, we review those requests, and we work collectively with them to come to a solution. But those are items that we have to plan for in the long-term expenditures of the county as well. Oh, and one thing on there is our goal is really to maintain a structurally balanced budget. And what that really means is we're not deferring maintenance until future years. We're not delaying things that need to be done. We're looking at each decision and saying, if we move it, is this still in the best financial interest of those citizens paying taxes and helping to support this county? If we have to move something and it's going to cost us 2-3 times as much next year, and we made that decision to move it, that is not fiscally structured or fiscally balanced budget. So, as we move into the funds, kind of work through the accounting part, just so you know, as we have fund-based accounting, we have over 50 plus funds. We focus a lot on this budget presentation on the 3 taxing funds, your general fund, county transportation fund, and municipal services. There are other funds in operations where those revenues are restricted and the use of those revenues are restricted. Special revenue funds, debt service funds, capital. And then we end up with our enterprise fund, the Nassau Amelia utility, where those ratepayers pay for the services that they receive through that utility. American Beach, as it comes online, will be part of that NAU fund as well. All right, revenue projections. It's always good to look at the ad valorem value, the growth that we've seen in this county. We've seen significant growth before in the past, and we went from 2001 up to 2007, a very steep line similar to what we've seen in some recent years. That unfortunately was followed by the recession about 2008. We had 10 years of recovery, and we lost over 25% of our valuation during that time period. As ad valorem taxes are our number one revenue source, this is always something that we want to be aware of and we want to plan for the future. So as we've seen growth through this process, we're always going to be cautiously optimistic looking out to the future. You will see in these values that we did recover, and you do start to see a cooling as you get towards the peak. Obviously with growth, it can't always be at the same rates, and we have seen cooling as we projected this budget, and you'll see that through some of the revenues. So again, going on that cautiously optimistic theme, right? It used to be very easy. We pretty much have a recession every 10 years, very cyclical. It got to the point, though, with COVID-19 that financial support through the federal government, other items have extended these items. So, we've been through some of the longest recession or periods between recessions as we were hitting COVID-19. That's really kind of skewed a lot of the market, and all I can tell you is we're not fearful of the next recession, but we're planning for the next recession. As you look at these probabilities, we're still over 50% probability that we're going to have a recession by May of 2025. And this is where we want to just continue to monitor those, be flexible, and adjust in items. We've shifted some of the operations to have contractual services versus adding staff. That allows us flexibility in those components. And then if we need to delay projects, we'll go through that if and when the next recession comes. But as I said, we don't need to be fearful, but we need to constantly plan for that in the future. And I will say, just one of the things I see from like Florida Tax Watch and those, I do see it from many different areas where we're seeing, the potential slowdown, not just from the state, but outside entities. Some of that is the economic slowing, but one thing that I noticed in one of those reports is tourism is still projected to grow. And so being a tourism economy in Nassau and dependent upon some of that, it's good to see that at least they're projecting tourism to stay steady and grow for us. All right, the millage rate. What we see here, and we've kind of broken up this chart this year. In the past, we had a couple years of tax reductions. We were below the rollback rate. Unfortunately, we were a little thin on maintaining our obligations. And so what we ended up with is we had two major millage increases. We had 1 mill and then followed by 1.5 mills to get us back on the right track. And so as this new board came on, we looked at bringing us back a little bit, right? You can't have a big pendulum swing. You can't make cuts overnight because you still have to maintain all of those things that you have. If you build a road, you're going to have to maintain it. If it drops between or to a certain level of wear and tear, the costs are exponential, and so you can't defer those items. So with this board, and I give credit to all 5 of you, it started with 3 of you coming on this board. All 5 members have been part of this. This will be the 4th year of consecutive reductions in the millage rate, and so we've brought it down about almost 0.7 mils and looking forward to continuing that trend. Now, how this breaks out in our millage rates. One thing that we were able to accomplish in that, even though the millage rates were reduced, we did add the conservation resiliency line item. This was based upon the voters in Nassau County, 68% of them voting for the CLAM or issuing $30 million bonds in the future. So those conservation efforts are huge, and we've been able to implement those, go through that process, and really continue to reduce taxes while meeting those new needs. And I believe there's an update on the CLAM tonight in the board meeting, so you'll have a little bit more detail on that. As we've talked about long-term items, 20 years plus for the county, we know that we're going to have a lot of capital needs coming up. As population has grown, we're going to have items such as the jail expansion. And so at some point in time, we're going to have to address how we do those. And so taking a step forward, working with this debt capital line item just to make sure we have some funding, that's a big progressive step. And again, we're able to plan for those future needs while still reducing the taxes. But overall, the county general operations has been reduced. And we'll talk about kind of the revenues and expenses for all of these funds as well. Grant revenues. So a couple of years ago, the board wanted to make sure that we had a strategic focus to bring in other revenue sources to minimize the ad valorem taxes. One great area that we've done is in outside grants, bringing in grant writers, really focusing on this. The OMB department has been bringing in grant staff to make sure we have compliance with those grants because there are a lot of strings attached to those. And so we want to make sure we're proactive on how we maintain those. But since 2021, this chart represents about $154 million of grant money. So a significant increase in revenue. You'll see from 21, we were about 18. We got up to our amended budget is 58. As you look at 24, 25, this is the starting point. With grants, we're actively applying for them throughout the year. They're not always tied to the budget cycle. And so we're at 36 today. But as we apply for more and more grants, you'll see those. Just for reference, we still have some legislative appropriations that are not reflected in here. We have a $1 million grant that we put an application out for Evans Rendezvous to increase that. All of these funds still will be reflected if and when we receive those awards and they're approved by the board. All right, ad valorem taxes in the general fund. What this reflects is we have reduced the millage rate. We've continued to fund the CLAM and the debt components. With that reduced millage, we're about an 8.5% growth. So you'll see that we've gone from an amended budget here of about 91 million up to 99 million. So you have about a $7.7 million increase in ad valorem taxes, and we'll walk through how those are allocated in potential expenditures in this budget process. Our local discretionary surtax, you have the half cent, the 1 cent. Basically, we've projected a 5% growth rate on this. As of 7/10, we did not have state projections. So the budget was balanced as of 7/10. We looked at that. We will talk about what revenue projections have come in towards the end of this presentation as well. But we reflect that. And one of the things we always want to note on our sales tax is that this is supported by tourism, and we do see a lot of our tourism really fund about a third of our sales tax revenue in this county. The state revenue share, again, reflects no increases in this budget. It's sitting flat from 2 million over to 2 million in the new year. Once we go from ad valorem, our next revenue sources become smaller and smaller. When we shift to the county transportation fund, so in the county transportation fund, because of the demands that we have there and the small amount that we've allocated, you'll see we kept the millage rate flat. This provides a net increase of 11.9%, which even with that is still less than $1 million. And so with the cost of everything going up, as we've talked about on consumer prices, construction cost index, we're seeing cost inflate more than that $1 million to maintain our roads. And so this 11.9 is needed just to continue that process, our payment management program, our chip seal. And the other part that helps support those streets is the motor fuel and diesel taxes. So with this, as we've seen some of the cool down in the economy, some of those projections from the state, we've kept this one flat for now. It will have long-going pressures in the future as well. Coming from another coast, you see those EV markets tend to impact it over time. We'll see how the state evolves, but for every EV on the road, we don't collect those fuel taxes that pay for the wear and tear that they have on those roads as well. And that fuel tax follows through with the constitutional fuel tax. Again, for this budget at this time, we reflect no increase on that line item. And the state, between July, end of August, as we move forward in our public hearings in September, we hope to have updated projections on all of those numbers for the board. The municipal services. So this represents the unincorporated areas of the county. So excluding the cities and the towns, or city and towns, this is about a 12.5% increase. So what this tells me on one side is we do have a higher growth rate occurring when you exclude those areas. So the unincorporated areas of the county are growing faster than some of the areas inside the municipalities at this time. State revenue share for that municipal services, again, that's a small dollar amount, no increase reflected here. As we wait for state projections, it's going at that million and maintaining that million. Communication tax, even smaller, the 713. We haven't seen any significant growth in this over the years. We've maintained this one flat as well. So how does that all work together? So from the top numbers, what you'll see here is for the proposed revenues, we're looking about $132.9 million in the general fund. through ad valorem taxes, through other taxes, intergovernmental, which are grants and those items, and we'll see them adjust as we get more grants through the year. County transportation sitting at just above 25 million, and the municipal services about 29. When we talk about all those other 50 funds that the county has, those non-major governmental funds, that essentially is, again, those grant items, the impact fees, and then the water and sewer, the enterprise funds for the Nassau Amelia utility. Again, that area is typically more restricted revenues, restricted expenditure line items on what those can be used. There's less discretion on how we can utilize those funds. From a revenue standpoint, again, just to show it, when we're looking across the board, we're seeing about an 8.1% growth rate for the county in this budget. Our ad valorem tax is, again, about 7.7, less than $1 million in transportation, and you have 2.7 in the MSTU. And we'll talk about what the demands factors are on those revenues. And then that lays out and averages about 8.1 on what we're seeing. All right, expenditures. So as we work through the expenditures, the first part, as we talked about in June, Mr. Companion brought forward the capital improvement plan. So this just echoes some of that presentation. You see that a lot of our funding will come from state appropriations, impact fees, mobility fees, grants, many different revenue sources. To accomplish these large projects, we have to have a diverse portfolio of revenues, and we tend to use that as much as possible. We do have the capital reserves. And then it really shifts into where are these funds spent. Again, our funding in this budget really goes towards sheriff, fire, and roads. And so you see in our CIP, the largest expenditure component is that transportation. From the number side, we had a small number. It's sitting about $2.8 million of new projects being added into this. Those are the additional decision items. And many of these items, we really kind of work through that winter strategic planning session. As we have cash carry forward or one-time money we can reallocate to projects, we work forward in that plan. And with the board's direction, we're able to allocate those to some of the projects and get them done in the current year rather than shifting them out. And moving those projects forward faster into the current year has allowed us to provide some savings to the taxpayers, because the faster we can get them moving, we don't have to worry about the inflation costs moving forward, and so we're trying to do those efficiencies as much as we can. And I will tell you, it's not in this budget presentation, but our focus on moving forward on these projects, aside from adding the capital projects department, I will give our procurement department kudos. They just got an email today that they received the National Procurement Award for their operations. Significant step forward from where we were many years ago. And it just shows the efforts that we've had from reaching out to our local vendors, all of those items, to really improve that process. The better our procurement process is, hopefully the better prices we receive. It creates a more competitive market. All right, moving forward to the transportation component. So this is a new discussion. Again, following from the winter strategic planning session, the community transit coordinator. So the last census with our population growth, what we've moved into is Fernandina Beach and Yulee have become designated as small urban areas. A lot of this impacts the funding sources that we get for our transportation, the percent of local share as well. As we know, the Nassau County Council on Aging provided notice to the state in December 23 that they would no longer be serving as our community transit coordinator. And then the board took action to make sure that we could at least continue that service until the end of the fiscal year. So to meet that need and get them through September, basically provided an additional $150,000 of emergency support. That allowed the state to move forward with their competitive RFP process, select a new transportation coordinator. They selected JTA as that individual, and so they'll be coming into place October 1st. And we look forward to a smooth transition between the Council on Aging and JTA as this process occurs. Now, what that means for us going forward is basically Nassau Transit will be run by JTA. So in theory, the public should not see a change in what is out there. They shouldn't see a change in service. The agreement with JTA continues with the state that they are the CTC provider and will provide those base services. And those base services tend to be paratransit, the Nassau Express Select, and the Island Hopper programs. Now previously, as we said, when we were more of a rural designation, the grant matches were about $58,000, and they were provided by our CTC provider. As we move forward, there's about 396,000. So moving forward, that's an expense that's going to shift into the Board of County Commissioners. And as we become more urban in different areas, we'll see this trend in the future. What this doesn't provide is any supplemental services. So not knowing what the Council on Aging provided in supplemental services, they still have the discretion to continue any services that they want beyond the base CTC program. But as the board wishes to enhance our transportation program in the future, those will be discussions that really come up in our winter strategic planning session. Everything comes with a cost, and any agreement with JTA will not be with the state, but it will be directly with us, and so we'll have to work through that directly with them. So nonprofit funding. So as a starting point, we try to keep these as flat as possible, working with our existing partners. Unless we have some concerns with the partners, we continue to work with them. So in the last year, what we've been working with is the point-in-time count, looking at our homeless population, or unsheltered homeless population. So we finally have numbers for Nassau County. And so I believe it was 27 unsheltered individuals. But that includes the municipalities as well and those jurisdictional boundaries. So one thing that we wanted to focus on a little bit this year is moving forward towards homelessness prevention, right? Let's solve the problem before it becomes a problem and put some funding in different areas. Barnabas has been a great partner in the community, preventing some of those homeless services. They were at 25,000. They requested an increase up to 40,000. And I'm recommending to the board that we provide that increase, again, to focus on homelessness prevention in our county. Boys and Girls Club, we're maintaining flat at 100,000. The Council on Aging, they were at the cap at 325. We're recommending an adjustment here, as they may see different operational savings without being the CTC provider. That does not mean that our direct grant provided to them was spent on that, but we provided funding and received that service with them. The Episcopal Children's Services, again, maintaining flat. Firewatch Council, we did not receive a request, and I understand their structural operations we'll be bringing forward for discussion later. Micah's Place, again, flat on that. Salvation Army, when we talk about homelessness prevention efforts, we did want to point them out. So taking them from 5,000 up to 7,500, again, a small investment, but making sure that we're focusing on homelessness prevention in this county. And then Starting Point, we continue to maintain their funding levels. I did want to point out that we do have that $808,000 of opioid funding that went for them to provide some critical facilities or infrastructure to provide services in the county. And we do have the opioid task force to really focus on where those dollars go for the next 18 years. ARC Nassau, continue the funding at the 32.4. Out of new requests, we're only seeking one new party this year. Between working with the emergency operations and again working with homelessness prevention, I think it's essential that we put some funding into the regional food bank to make sure that those resources are there when we need them, whether it's for homelessness prevention or whether it's for all of our citizens in a natural disaster. And so providing 5,000 down there. All right. Staffing. So county position control, our staffing levels are always a discussion, and so we want to make sure we provide you a good picture here. If we go back to 22-23, just for comparison, when you look at the board operations between all of the various services we have to provide, we had a position control roster of 461 individuals, our largest department being the fire department, so over 160 at that point in time. I don't have all the numbers for the other constitutionals, but we do have from the audited financial statements the numbers that were provided there. And what we see is at that time period, they had 491 employees through that. And you do see the sheriff being the largest component as well. So he had 341 positions at that time. As we move forward, last year we added some positions, did some restructuring between facilities and parks, brought us up to 485. This year, as discussed previously, is we're not really seeking to add any new positions aside from fire and under the OMB, a TD or Tourism Development Tax Manager. So those 18 bodies, we'll talk a little bit more about on the next slide. But as we shift over to the bar chart, what we really wanted to point out is that top orange line, that is the staffing ratio of BOCC staff relative to 1,000 population. When I got here 3.5 years ago, our goal was to keep that line flat. We've actually been able to decrease that ratio, and we're down 17.3%. Now, what that means is rather than just throwing bodies at problems, we're looking at different solutions, whether we fix things a different avenue or whether we invest in technology and we come from a more efficient, effective approach. That has allowed that number to come down. Now, on the other side, we do know that we have staffing positions that are driven by population growth, such as the fire department. And so I did want to point out, I mean, between public safety, which is, sheriff and fire, we have seen a 50% growth in those staffing positions from 12-13. So we continue to invest in the bodies where we need the bodies, but if we can find a different method to solve the problem, we're trying to invest in technology or other solutions. Another way to look at this, when you're looking at the chart on the left, is for fiscal year 1920, if that's the starting point, where have our new bodies gone? The top red line is the fire department, and so most of our bodies are going into the fire department. That is followed by community development. In community development, we've really kind of tied together all of the development-related services. So as we've grown, we have to make sure that we meet some of those needs, and we see the growth there. That is followed up by public works, and again, public works, it's the roads, it's facilities, it's many of those components and maintaining the infrastructure that we have. If we build it, we have to maintain it, and some of those require bodies to make sure we're having that. From a normal operational standpoint, we try to keep other things flat. You do see animal control a little bit, but most of our operations, we haven't added a lot of staff. We've really focused only where those bodies are really needed without the other efficiencies. A couple of years ago, we did have some issues with vacancy factors. So we had high rates of vacancy in the road department. Again, and I will give the board kudos. We worked with the department, and I think we just received a national award recognizing our program for the apprenticeship program that we developed in road and bridge. That has helped significantly. I think we're just getting that first graduating class, but we've brought that road and bridge, which was in excess of 30% vacancy, down to 6.5%. And that 6.5 tends to flow. There is some seasonality in that. I'm sure it's a little bit higher because it's really hot out right now. So, and with fire department, right? When we had an issue with vacancy factor in the fire department, the board moved forward with restructuring the rescue operations. That allowed where we were having vacancies with paramedics in the back of the rescue unit. Once that restructure occurred, we are actually less than 1% currently. And so that's a significant effort that's come forward from basically the efforts of the board to put the money into restructuring these items. Overall for the county, we're at a 4.3% vacancy factor as of June. Our largest concern, so you know, is as we look forward, it's those critical certifications. The planning department having those accredited planners in place, there's a lot of turnover and we're competing a lot with the private market. It is difficult to get those certifications in place. And so we're going to have to look at those along with your engineers, your project management professionals. Increased certification levels are hard when the private market is competing against you. We don't have the funding levels to match those salaries or items, and so we're looking at other things to make it more appealing to work for the county. It's not always dollars in your pocket. All right. So again, since fire department, one of the largest departments, we did want to talk about how we're continuing to improve those areas. Since fiscal year 1920, we've increased from 7 to 9 fire stations. We added the new fire station 71 in Chester, and that new fire station 10 is in Tributary, is still under construction and will be coming shortly. During this time period, that's 44 new bodies or 32% of your new firefighters in place. So we have a third new fire staff moving in positions. Directly related to population growth and making sure that we have demand response times. But beyond that, we're looking at all of our facilities to make sure that we're providing a good quality of life for these individuals, right? So new stations under construction, Station 70, Station 90, and the next in line is Fire Station 30, which not only improves the facilities, but moves it west of the fire track. So again, response times is where we're focused at. We do have, when we talk about the fleet, an active fleet replacement program. Fire engines are not cheap. And these rescue units put a lot of miles on them, and so we have to be constantly repairing, replacing those in a timely manner. And then as we talked about the restructured rescue operation. So what we've seen in the last couple of years of the budget is public safety has continued to be the highest priority of this board. Employee unions. So we'll start on the right side, the nice simple one, LIUNA, as of September 21st, they will be dissolved. That basically was a lot of our blue-collar individuals, road and bridge, animal control. That union essentially went through operations. They didn't have enough members participating. And I will say on the other side is that we've been responsive to a lot of their needs. And so as they've had concerns, we don't take an adversarial role to our employees. We're trying to maintain those employees. This is how we keep our road and bridge staff down below 30% vacancy factor, as we focus on those issues and we resolve them as we need to.
Before you move on from that,
Yes, sir.
I just want, for the record, whenever you get into discussions about unions, you've got management and labor. Management had nothing to do with this union dissolving. There was absolutely no efforts or any actions by management to cause this union to dissolve. It dissolved because it didn't have enough members paying dues.
Correct. This was a request of the union by itself to dissolve.
Right.
And then we will be bringing forward policies so that as they had rules that guided them under their contract, with that contract no longer in place, we'll be modifying some of our policies to make sure that those individuals don't lose certain benefits that are required for their positions. Simple things down to boots in the workplace.
Right.
They need those for safety concerns, and we need to make sure they continue to get them through our policies as we update them.
And the rank and file, I know, I can't speak for my colleagues, but I know the rank and file reached out to me on that, and I know I'm probably going to get quoted in the newspaper on this. I told them, I said, are they here? I said, look, I said, there's nobody at the county commission or management doing the happy dance because your union dissolved. We value, you've heard Commissioner Gray say it all the time, and my other colleagues say it all the time, our most valued asset are employees. So we assured them that we weren't going to automatically start taking things away. So
Correct.
that's what you're articulating right now.
We've had conversations with the union stewards, and so we've kept them in the loop, and as we modify those policies, we'll continue to treat them with that same respect, and then they'll shift into what they've made under the normal employee pool. But we will never stop listening to our employees, because if we can solve an issue, we're going to do that. That's how we maintain that lower position control roster, because they're more effective if we're listening to them and supporting them in their roles. The fire local union, the 3103, the current year, 23-24 fiscal year, which we're in, is the second year of their contract. They have a 3-year negotiated contract. As 24-25 enters, that will be the third year and last year of that agreement. The union has stepped forward and submitted a request to open one article within that agreement and discuss their salaries. So we have that letter. We're basically waiting for them to submit their proposal, and then we'll work collectively with them to see how we can work with them and come to a solution on all of these things. Again, part of this is just making sure that you're having the open dialogue with them, going through the negotiations, and understanding their demands and the resource restrictions that we have. Following that, though, as their agreement expires in September of '25, that means we'll actually be opening up for the next 3-year agreement right in the beginning of the next fiscal year, or in the next calendar year. So between January and March, potentially, we'll be reopening to make sure that we're having those discussions and looking forward to the next 3 years. We did throw up here Jacksonville, Duval. So we will never compare it to Jacksonville, Duval County, because it's a completely different jurisdiction. So like when we look at their sheriffs or their deputies, they went with a 13% increase followed by 2 years of 5% increases. They've increased their starting wage from $52,000 to $65,000. It is a different service model in Jacksonville. Our deputies hopefully are never getting shot at as much as they are in Duval, and hopefully have a better work environment working with our county. But we did want to make you aware, because they are an adjacent jurisdiction, and some of that dialogue comes from what's going on in Jacksonville. Unfortunately, we're not the same size as Jacksonville, but we will have those dialogues and see where we can find that happy median. And that will put pressure on the sheriff's department. So just making sure you have foresight in the future. That will be a dialogue that will probably come in the winter strategic planning session. Jacksonville's fire department, they went 12% and 5% for the following 2 years. So I really look at that as that's about 22% increase. I think in our last agreement, we were about 21%. And so it's relative, and they're a year ahead of that 3-year agreement, but we have to plan ahead for what we're going to see in that next 3-year agreement as well. All right, new positions. So as we said and kind of showed on the chart, We're only requesting 18 new firefighters. This is for the tributary fire station, so as that comes online, Chief is moving forward to basically make sure we're fully staffed. We do have 9 firefighters that were previously funded by the SAFER grant. So in one of those grant programs, the way we try to bring new firefighters online is we apply for the SAFER grant. That'll provide the first 3 years of funding for those firefighters. We're at the end of that term, and so those firefighters, we're not adding them, but the funding now hits our books, the general fund, the MSTU, instead of being funded by the grant. We have applied for that grant multiple years. I think the last 2 years, we did not receive the grant funding. We'll continue to seek that as much as possible because we know we're adding new firemen and we need a funding mechanism to help kind of phase those in over a period of time. The Tourism Development Tax Manager, this would be funded by that tourism development tax. As we've seen growth, we've got projects, we've got a lot of things going on, and we want to make sure that we're supporting that reinvestment back into the community. We have projects such as the beach harmonization project to redo some of the beaches, and that's really going to be a benefit to our citizens as well, because as they utilize the beaches, they'll utilize those benefits, those new parks, restrooms, all of those items. And so this will help facilitate those and also help the tourism group really get that reinvestment to stay up. As we said, we see some cool down in the next year. We see tourism will still continue to grow a little bit, but we've got to be ahead of that curve and making sure that we're getting our beds filled in our community. Just to make sure you're a fully informed board, there are a lot of positions that we are not requesting funding. So this comes from some of the positions last year that we discussed. Some of the new positions, we kind of go through this from a budget standpoint, whittle this back and look at what really needs to be in place sooner than later or whether we can wait. With fire, we added some fire tanker engineers last year. We're moving forward with that. One of the items the chief has asked is, in the future, we need to plan for a new tanker. That would require another 3 tanker engineers, and I believe they were looking at housing this in the tributary station. So that's something we want to plan for the future. The OMB housing, this was part of that Live Local discussion last year. And so with Live Local Act, as we bring new affordable housing projects online, there are a lot of grant compliance items. And so we have to make sure that we're annually monitoring the different projects, making sure that they're maintaining their affordability. And so as we see an impact, we have to know that we're going to have this kind of unfunded mandate that we're going to have to monitor those projects, but we're not receiving funding on those, and a lot of those projects may be receiving tax exemptions. That is a burden that we'll have to look at and see how we can implement that best in the future. Animal control, so we've worked through fire, we've worked through road. Animal control has been one of those areas that we really need to look at. You do have basically lower entry-level jobs, and what we want to do is make sure that we structure it so that we have a career path. The benefit to Road and Bridge is we created the apprenticeship program. You're now not waiting for opportunities. Your opportunities are driven by what you put into the program. Everyone can become an equipment operator after 3 or 4 years. They get their CDL, and so we want to look at animal control and start investing in that area and see how we can restructure to create a career path for these individuals and keep them engaged in the animal shelter. Solid waste, that's one of those things, again, with population growth. We have our recycling centers. We want to keep those recycling centers clean and active. It keeps trash off the roads. We'd rather people not dump waste out in the roads, but utilize the recycling centers. And we really need to have more attendants focused on this. If you're using a recyclable item, you want to avoid contaminated waste, and that's just putting glass with paper for a simple term, right? Pizza boxes are not recyclable. If you put those in with the paper, you've contaminated your whole load, and so now it all has to become regular trash. And so the more you can focus and have oversight in those facilities, it helps as people are using them. The other item, which really kind of goes into next year's winter strategic planning discussion and what we need to look at, the sheriff is requesting his regional training academy and seeking staff to really staff up that academy and operate it. As that comes into full-time staffing in the new building, we have to look at the needs or impact we're going to see. And so if you have a fully staffed building running up off the 108, we may need custodian staff, facilities maintenance technicians, all of those, because a building utilized full-time requires some support to make sure that we're not deteriorating the use of the building by not maintaining it efficiently. All right, insurance committee. So again, another item, winter strategic planning session. The board has really told us over the years that we want to continue to do better for our employees. And this went back to the beginning where we had issues with dependent care coverage where we were at a 0% dependent care coverage rate. That impacts our firefighters, that impacts our sheriff, and when you're spending most of a paycheck on your health benefits, that does not provide for your quality of life. And so the board has moved forward over the past couple of years, taking it from 0 to 50 to 60. We've surveyed a lot of the jurisdictions or other comparable counties and came up that a rate should be about 65. That is what we're proposing this year. That was the initial direction of the board. But the board also wanted to look at how do we continue to do better, right? So it's two components. It's as we look at our plan, we did RFP, we moved away from Aetna, we moved to Florida Blue. One of the issues was not enough doctors in the program having those. We want to continue to look at that and see how we can improve, reducing deductibles, reducing co-pays, and making sure we're meeting the needs. But also on the dependent care coverage, we look at the board as, how do we continue to increase this year over year? The 65% will cost about $580,000. But the nice part is when we did that RFP for Florida Blue, the first year was a 12% decrease. The second year was projected to be 9.9% maximum. They came in at 5%. And so basically coming in under that max allowed us to bridge this gap and fund that up to 65% and meet that 580. So we're taking advantage of the opportunities to reinvest back in our employees, even if it's just a little bit more at a time on these healthcare programs. All right, affordable housing. Another topic that's come up a lot over the last year. What we're continuing to focus on our side is that housing target of 50% to 80% AMI. As we exceed 80% AMI, that really becomes market rate housing. And so meeting those lower needs is really benefiting the individuals that truly need affordable housing. As required, we've done our resolution 23-113, identified county-owned lands that are available for affordable housing. I believe we have to update that every 3 years, and we work with the AHAC, or the Essential Housing Advisory Commission. And then we've been working with other developments. So one of the things that we don't always talk about is projects such as Tributary. Well, when Tributary's development comes online, or it is processing through, they have a requirement to provide 100 affordable housing units. And so that's something that the board has done in the past, to have that foresight to require affordable housing and make sure that we have this mix. And then with the winter strategic planning session, we talk about the 14th Street property. We're working with the city of Fernandina Beach to look at options for that. As the CTC provider is currently housed on that property, as JTA comes in, we'll do a 1-year lease and we'll see whether we're going to relocate them, or we're in discussions with them. That relocation provides us opportunity to access that property and really look at what we can do with affordable housing there in the future. And then just the standard SHIP funds that we get. We have our local housing assistance plan that we continue to update annually. Our AHAC has been great in working with us, and so there are many programs such as expedited, streamlining permitting, reduction of parking setback requirements to help with the affordability of building new units, flexible density bonuses. A new program we added this year was if we're working with a nonprofit entity, if they're building a new home, we essentially can fund through the SHIP program up to $150,000. Now, the SHIP program has a lot of restrictions on affordability, whether it's very low income, and so we work through those funding. We've expanded it on the rental housing, so if you have a new multifamily housing development, we can utilize those SHIP dollars to help offset some of the costs and really bring or restrict those affordable housing units. And just so the board knows, I believe we're posting July 24th will be the notice of funding available on the SHIP funds. We're going to put all those programs out there. That will be open for a month, and then we'll seek applications. The applications will be ranked based on meeting criteria that's set forth in the LHAP. So anybody who's interested can submit those applications, look at the LHAP and see how that grading criteria goes. It really comes to disabled individuals, very low income, the different categories first, and then into other areas. All right, fleet replacement program. So as we talked about, the way we provide more efficient operations is making sure that our individual staff in the field have the equipment that they need to be successful in their roles. Most of our fleet replacement is focused on the road department and the fire department. So in our road department, what you're looking at is, this happens to be the year that we have to replace 2 John Deere motor graders, That's about $1 million in here. And then as we shift to fire rescue, we do a standard rotation on ambulances and engines. We've got 2 ambulances in this one. That'll be about $1 million. And then our custom pumper, it's about $1.1 million. And so we've got significant cost as we maintain that fleet for operations. You have 750 square miles of these vehicles traveling out and about, and we need to make sure that they're there when they need to respond to issues. Constitutional request. So our budget, as we receive those revenues, it's not just the BOCC operations, but it's all of our constitutional partners as well. Luckily, they all tend to work well with us. We go through this process. The appraiser submitted his request. It's about 6.2%. I kind of use the benchmark here as if our ad valorem revenue in the general fund went at 8.5%. Where do they kind of rank on that? Because that's typically where they're drawing the funds from. The clerk of the court is sitting about 7.2% or 262,000. But did want to note, as we've had lower recording fees in the last year, they're predicting that, and so part of that increase is to offset their loss in other revenues that receive from different sources. The sheriff is requesting an addition of $3.8 million, or about a 9.1% increase. I will give the sheriff and his staff kudos. Their initial request was $1.2 million higher than this, and then they worked with us to bring that back in line with the ad valorem revenues, and looking at what we could do today versus tomorrow on some items. The supervisor of election, I think last year this question came up, is we will see a bump every other year. When it is an election cycle, their demands will increase. So from an operational standpoint, they're very flat. From the election standpoint, we see a reduction of about $540,000 this year because we'll be going into a non-election cycle. Just know the following year, that'll come back and we'll see a big bump. And so we try to separate that from normal operations. The tax collector, this is provided by the OMB staff. So the tax collector doesn't provide this number. We have a formula that we utilize. And so it comes in a little bit high. It's conservative on the side, but I did want to point out that 14.9 is not the request of the tax collector. It's the OMB formula that we have to make sure that we're covering all of those items. And luckily, any budget that goes to him, as we know, we get the residual receipts at the end of the fiscal year. Any funds not used, they return to us. And so we always appreciate that side as well. And then the remaining funds basically is BOCC operations. But again, the BOCC is not just administration, legal, those items. We're still funding the CLAM, which was voter approved. We're funding debt. We have the Department of Health contracts. We fund IFAS. We fund the courts. You don't get the benefit of just funding what your operations are. You have the purse strings for a lot of operations and that demand to make sure that you're meeting their needs as well. So laying this out just a little bit different, this is kind of a graphical representation here. If we took that $7.7 million in the general fund and said, what does that money really go to? You'll see that most of it goes towards the sheriff. We get new ad valorem, we have the sheriff's demand, that's about 48%. The top part, you'll see the transportation, that CTC provider. That's a new expense that hits the general fund or the transportation fund. So that $396,000 is there, and then we'll continue to, unfortunately, see growth in that depending on where demands are in the future. Fire rescue, just half of them are funded out of the general fund, but you'll see a big piece there. And then really the money kind of goes to transportation, whether it's transportation fund or transfers out to transportation projects. And so that's kind of, we use this to give you kind of a nutshell of where those new dollars go, where their first demand is. One topic that I believe we'll be discussing at length at the next winter strategic planning session is the public safety training complex. So this has been out there for a little while. We have a couple projects, one that's done, one that's in process, and one for the future. So the sheriff's shooting range, that was a $1.6 million project that was funded through an interlocal between the sheriff and the BOCC for federal inmate dollars. This is, we want to make sure you know as these things come online, they have annual maintenance costs. So we're not providing staffing there, but we'll still have to maintain certain items. That's $160,000. I know we just got a maintenance request for about $40,000 for some of the painting and conditioning the wood to make sure the sun is hot out there. So with the Regional Training Academy building, so that building is nearing completion. The board received a $5.9 million grant through the legislature, and the other funding was provided through impact fees. And so new development funded the impact fees. So not ad valorem tax dollars on this item. So $7.9 million project. The normal, about 10% of a capital project you assume on the annual maintenance cost. So that's about $790,000. So as we look at the future budgets, we're going to have to look at how that's going to impact the future budgets as we move forward. One thing this does not include is any staffing. So as we talked about on the other, as we look at staffing that regional training academy, we don't have the exact request from the sheriff yet. We're seeking those, and then we'll work that forward next February, March. And then what facilities or custodian staff will need. So we look forward to the building opening up, and then we'll continue to budget and make sure that we have enough money to maintain what we have. There is a legislative appropriation that was awarded to the county of $400,000 for a canine training site. This may provide funding for design and site prep for that. We have not seen the grant agreement. We have not brought it forward to the board yet as we're waiting on the state. This is something that was not part of the board's legislative appropriation, so we will need to seek your approval before we accept that grant in the future or move forward with any of that project. All right, debt obligations. So there's always questions of how much debt we have out there, what it's utilized for. We do have a 2,000 optional gas tax revenue bonds. That bond will mature in March of '25. Currently, we are utilizing fuel tax for that. It's part of the fuel tax eligible uses. That $945,000 equates to about $15 million. So as that matures, again, February, March, perfect timing for winter strategic planning session. We'll come forward to the board and point out that we have $945 of fuel tax that we could roll into a new bond issue. Just for reference, I think in the capital improvement plan, the unfunded request for County Road 107 happens to be about 15 million. So if this funds 15 million, we could do one major project. And so that's one of those things where when we talk about a 20-year CIP, we're going to have one critical project about every 5 years that we're going to have to do. That might be your opportunity to address one of those things and move forward. The 2007 public improvement bonds, that's what funded the courthouse of William Burgess. As we get to May 2031, that's $2.3 million that's funding that debt service, and we'll look at that discussion in the future. We continue to have Motorola out there, so we finance those to make sure we replaced all of the radios at one time. Motorola is, I think, about 4.5% interest, so reasonable interest rate. There's always the option to pay it off in a given year or just finance these, and then as the units go, we'll refinance and continue that so you kind of pay as you go on those items. CLAM, we're moving forward again. There'll be an update this afternoon. As we get to a critical point, we'll look at issuing the debt. We want to make sure we don't issue that debt too early. We have a lot of properties lining up, and so we'll time that with that item. And then that debt component in the millage when we need to move forward with that. All right. So just kind of graphically showing you where the expenses are in the general fund. We talked about some of the key things or key changes that we're looking at. In the general fund, what you'll see is the sheriff represents about 1/3. You've got fire at 12%. Now keep in mind, fire is only half funded out of the general fund and half out of the MSTU. And then you have the BOCC. So the BOCC really represents all of those other departments, including road and bridge. Everything except fire I excluded in this chart so we could see it because it's one of our major components. That non-departmental, that usually represents those transfers out. So if we're funding other operations, we have transfers, those will go in non-departmental. Some of the key notable things too, again, sheriff, 4.3 million. You will notice on the constitutional request, I think it was 3.8 million. There is a difference there because that is only their specific request for operations. We still have facilities such as the sheriff admin facility and all those, and we look at those costs and see what really are attributable to the sheriff's operations. Whereas I think historically it used to be shown in the BOCC budget, we really allocate this to what is the driver of that cost factor. Transportation fund, it's in the name, right? So we've got our transportation operations, the road maintenance, so we've got pavement management, chip seal, a lot of the projects going through there. The fleet replacement that we talked about, so you've got 1.4 million coming out of here, so those motor graders, and then our new CTC provider. Now that we're a small urban designation, we've inherited this $396,000 cost. The Municipal Services Fund, predominantly fire, so you'll see that is 56% of the pie. The sheriff has a small component out of this. I believe it's about $2.8 million that comes out of this fund for the sheriff's operations. You do see that there's fleet for the fire. So out of the BOCC component, there is that fleet replacement for fire, 1.26. We also have been proactive on the fire boat. So we've applied for the fire boat through it's the port grant, port security grant. That's 1.3 million, and so we're very optimistic. We want to have this in place, so if that grant's approved, we can move forward as quick as possible because we want to get that boat ordered. That is a gap in some of the services that we could improve upon, and so we're eagerly optimistic, I guess, on that one too. But the other parts that come out of BOCC, so if it's not supporting fire, you do also have some other areas such as code, planning, development services, and animal control. So take those three taxing funds together, general fund, transportation, MSTU. Look at this, how the whole big picture fits along those. Again, you'll see that the sheriff represents about 28%, fire's about 17, and BOCC is about 36. Again, keep in mind that with those increases, you see the sheriff 4.3, fire 3.4. The fleet replacement for fire and road, which really falls under the BOCC, is 2 million. CTC provider in those items. So there's a lot of big things going on. So as I switch into the next slide, you look at this left half of this pie chart. You have fire and BOCC. Since fire is really for the BOCC, we're going to combine them as we look at total operations under the BOCC's control. And this is really where your funds are allocated. So between the three taxing funds, when we talk about 7.7 million in new general fund revenue, along with the other ones, this is where they go. So you've got fire, again, representing the biggest piece of the pie, our largest department from staffing, our largest department on expenses. And then really you have public works. Now, public works is broken up into a different couple components. The blue really represents the road and bridge along with some of the administration. But if you took public works as a whole, you'd have parks, roads, solid waste, facilities, and fleet, and that represents about 34%. So again, I go back to my first comments is where are dollars going? It's sheriff, fire, and roads, and then the rest is really supporting a lot of those operations. So just from a high level again, then how it works out, our three taxing funds, the general fund, about 131 million on the expense side, county transportation, 25.2, municipal services, 29. We do have cash forward and reserves. And so with the reserves, the board had updated its policy, has a pretty comprehensive reserve policy, including language that requires any use of those reserves must have a replenishment plan. And so whether it's use of minimum reserves or even emergency fund balances, if we touch a dollar, we've got to know what our plan is to replace that dollar. Currently, those three reserve programs are really at their minimum funding levels, but we continue to maintain the funding required. It's at board discretion if we have a higher level. All right, so as we kind of get towards the end here, again, just echoing some of the themes. 2 years of population growth, 23 to 25, we're looking at 13% growth, right? So a little over 100,000 to 114,000, about 13,000 new residents. Those are vehicles on the road. Those are uses of our parks. Those are demands for service. And so what we've been able to accomplish in this budget is continuing to reduce the millage while meeting those new demands as we see new growth going forward. We always want to focus on the quality of life, right? Go back to the strategic plan. One of the main directives is quality of life, maintaining those facilities. And I think one of the big things is living within our means, right? We're not deferring maintenance. We're doing a lot of preventative maintenance. There are things that we'll talk about that we may not be able to do as well in advance, but we're not falling behind the curve. And so we do provide that structurally balanced budget. We continue to support the constitutional officers. We continue to support public safety by all means. And then we really have been focusing a lot on economic development in the short term. So workforce housing, as we look at affordable housing, focus on that job-home balance. And we'll talk about some of the new revenue sources because, again, directive from the board, we don't want to be fully dependent on ad valorem taxes. We want to reduce that dependency on those residential taxes. And so we continue to be more efficient and effective as we talked about staffing and continue to reduce the millage. Ongoing consideration. So this is kind of the as we look towards the future, whether it hits us in 24, 25, or years after, it's really what kind of keeps me up at night. We talked about consumer price index. We talked about construction cost indexes. When those things hit, we have to then value engineer projects, get them back in the budget, and make sure they still meet the needs. Public safety compensation, we have the reopener for fire, we have the next 3-year agreement. As compensation for sheriff deputies is changing in the region, we're going to have to monitor that and see what impacts it has over the next 5 years. We continue to meet those new demands for services. I will point out, kind of like the positions, when we go through the budget and County Manager Pope gives us direction on a lot of these items, there are 33 positions that we did not fund in the budget. And some of those, it's because we're going to see that demand coming in the future. They might be a little bit premature, but we want to make sure you're aware of what those things are. From the budget request, we were able to work with a lot of the departments. We cut back on some of these items where we didn't have to be as proactive, but we didn't defer maintenance, and we really met the needs. So there's about $8 million of requests that we cut out. But ultimately, we've got to fund our prior commitments, right? So going back to CIP, 7 to 11% on average for operation and maintenance for any building that you do. We've been able to address some of the employee retention recruitment issues, reduce that vacancy factor, increase insurance and benefits, and then continue to look at where we're going in the future. There's always unfunded mandates that will come. Live Local Act put a lot on our table that we're still trying to absorb and look at how we move forward. Minimum wage, it's just that upward pressure. I think it was more of an issue before the CPI and cost of living and salaries really shot up. Business impact statements restricting some of the things we can do. There will always be something new coming from the state or the feds that causes us an additional cost. And so we have to be aware of that as we move forward as well. We don't always control our own destiny on that side. To give you a glance at what was cut out of the budget, we do not have funding for the fire union reopener. We're going to have to look at that. We don't have their full request yet. The Sheriff Equipment and Regional Training Center, as I mentioned, the sheriff was able to reduce $1.2 million out of his additional request this year. Part of that is equipment replacement, such as computers in the vehicles. They're going to work on an active tech replacement program that they can absorb in their budget, no different than our fleet replacement program, which they have as well. And then the staffing for the Sheriff Academy, we'll talk about most likely winter strategic planning session. As we have a good Chief Innovation Officer, he's been engaged in looking at all of our communication towers, the PSEC, all of those items, and he's planning ahead for the future as to what we need to do for when we need to replace those towers. That's a $2.5 million price tag. That's also increasing some microwave backhaul network. Those are not items that we need today. This is just advanced planning to make sure you're aware. He puts it on our radar so that we can say, hey, in 5-6 years, we're going to have an expense. We'll most likely work with the state and see what we can get in terms of grant, utilize their system, because that's a big pill to swallow. Planning made some cuts. We saw some stuff in stormwater. Little Mills Creek, we weren't able to fund. Strategic planning software. The road department, some of these items were, new storage building for signs. Again, it's an efficiency that they requested because it's easier to load the signs when we need a lot of them. And so that storage building would basically preserve the signs, not leave them outside in the sun as well. The additional road material for repairs and improvements, being proactive, they want to make sure they have as much material on hand to get ahead of any of the needs. We never know when a storm's going to hit. We're going to have a cross drain washout or any of those items. And so to their goal, they want to have as much material to be responsive. Parks, a couple different things. Some of the playground equipment, we're going to have to defer those replacements for a year. Some of the sod contracts, so rather than contracting out the sod replacement on the baseball fields, as the Parks Department has been shifting bodies in the last year budget, we're going to utilize those bodies, see what we can do with them, and kind of reassess this on an annual basis on what's the best investment for the community, because we do see a lot more wear and tear on our fields as we have our population growth. Fire replacement, just so you know, the glide scopes, we're going to look at using opioid funds for that, so we'll seek funding there. And then for many of these things like the stretchers, AEDs and that, it's getting them no different than talking about the sheriff tech replacement plan. We're going to work with fire department on equipment replacement plan on a lot of these things that are critical, but they have a 10-year lifespan. And so if we can work with the vendors, basically pay for these over a 5-year period, That includes the maintenance, and we end up better for the public, and we constantly have new equipment in the field. And so we're looking at a couple different things that may not be in the budget, but we're still working on to find those efficiencies moving forward. And so you may see that coming forward at a certain future date. Facilities Department, just as we're completing the shell courtroom, when they completed the building, there was a shell courtroom and a shell elevator. Those were uncompleted components in that building. Right now, we're completing the courtroom. That should hopefully be done very shortly. But there's an empty elevator shaft. And so, given supply and demand, again, don't feel that we need that elevator or to refurbish the other ones at this point. But we want to make sure that you know that's an item. So you're fully aware of things in the future that may come forward. And it may be 5, 10 years on some of these things, but it may be next year's budget. But you've seen those numbers and you know what decisions we've made on this end. All right. So the tough part, we bounced this budget as of June 10th. It worked. We then received some of the state updates, and the state has basically said that we will see a 0% increase in sales tax revenue. If you recall on the slide, we had a 5% projection for sales tax revenue. Seemed conservative at the time, but where we're at now is the state basically says we will have no growth in revenue. Now, this is where I went back to some of the other economic reports and said there's still a growth in tourism, but we don't see a growth in sales tax, and tourism is a third of our sales tax growth. So at this point in time, you have a maximum tentative millage rate before you. You have a balanced budget, and it is going to be the burden of county manager and department heads to monitor these state revenue projections and see if they up those, or see if we need to make certain modifications within our budget to make sure we can absorb that $1 million without, again, deferring maintenance or really impacting significant operations. So that is for the later discussions for the board, because we've brought forward the budget as it is with that millage rate, and we will continue to monitor this. We have now until September 9th when we have that first public hearing, and so we will keep you informed as things progress and move forward. But we did want to make sure you're aware of that. Unfortunately, in prior years, we had the benefit of them providing us $3-4 million to the positive. This year went the other direction. All right. And then just ongoing future considerations, again, full transparency on things you have to be aware of. Service levels, we may still see increased service requests from the public. I know many of you get phone calls on what's important to the public out there, and so it's meeting those demands. At some point, we'll have to look at jail expansion, EOC expansion, the Sheriff Academy we talked about, the animal shelter. We have the land. We now have to look at building it. Civic Center, new constitutional offices, building capacities. We're reaching our capacity in a lot of these buildings, and so we're being flexible to modify space, but these are all things we have to look at in the long-term picture. There are future commitments that are already on the books. The SR 200 landscaping, when that is completed, it'll be completed. It'll have a 1-year maintenance period or establishment period that they'll be maintaining it, and then it'll end up on our books. So I understand that's pushed out a little bit, but again, we don't want to forget about that in the future because that will be a big surprise. This $1.2 million, based on an old estimate, whenever it comes online, we'll have to RFP and see what the cost is then. And again, fire rescue, sheriff compensation, those are big items that are going to be addressed, if not this year, and the next year we're going to have to look at those. And again, always unfunded mandates. So one area we're trying to address these things and really get new revenue in the winter strategic planning session, we talked about a couple items, the comprehensive user fee study. So these are fees that individuals pay when they receive the benefit of that fee. So we're reviewing all of our fees countywide, every department, and so some of those fees haven't been updated since 2009. My goal is to bring forward to you and have those discussions of here is the full cost of what the service is, and then we can discuss how much we want to subsidize or not. Typically, we try not to subsidize development fees. The developer receives the full benefit from that fee. We don't subsidize those, but if you're charging a fee at a park, you're probably going to want to subsidize it a significant amount because that is part of the benefits of your ad valorem tax dollars, and that can offset those items. That will be a later discussion. As part of that, we'll also be looking at rental rates for some of the community centers and different items. Our comprehensive impact fee study, again, how do we get new growth to pay its fair share or to mitigate its impact? Those are the impact fees that build the facilities. That last review was 2020. The plan is that we're going to do an RFP, do a comprehensive analysis in this fall, and then we'll bring forward to the board for your discretion how we move forward with implementing any fee adjustments. The Nassau Amelia utility, they have a utility rate study. Right now that lays out about a 5% increase per year. When we go back to the costs that we've seen in capital improvement projects through cost inflators, that 5% has not been meeting all of their cost requirements. And so we're going to have to look at that utility rate analysis and see what increases are required to keep them fully operational. Now, the goal always with a utility is they are a separate enterprise fund. They are supposed to be self-sustaining without the direct support of the general fund paying for their normal day-to-day operations. I'm going to go through these slides, which really gets, actually, let me go through this. This will be part of the presentation at tonight's BOCC meeting, but you'll get a preview into what we're looking at and what we're going to be requesting when we set the tentative maximum millage rate. OMB staff is great. They go through the forms. They work on that side. We're presenting this today, and then we'll be submitting that DR 420 reports to the state and property appraiser. Our tentative public hearings are September 9th and September 23rd. So one of the items you'll be requested tonight is to set that public hearing for September 9th. What our estimated tax bill looks like. So if you're a property owner, essentially a homesteaded property should not see a millage increase or any increase from the county, from the general operations. But just from a high level, looking at this, property paying $5,500 in taxes, 57% of that goes to the county for all operations, constitutional and everything. The other components go to smaller areas, or we have the school where that's 41%. So out of that 57%, where that $3,000 goes is you've got appraiser, clerk, court, emergency, health, sheriff, supervisor of elections, tax collector, all of those areas, gets down to the BOCC normal operations of about $1,600. That $1,600 represents about 30% of your tax bill. And where that goes really is fire is the largest, and then it's public works, fleet, facilities, parks, animal control, a lot of those components that we talked about under the public works realm. And so really you've got, again, getting to the end of the day, sheriff, fire, and roads are where most of our dollars are being spent. The math for tonight, we have to go through all the tentative millages. We'll talk about the maximum millage rate with a 4/5 vote. That is not recommended. We don't recommend to increase our millage rate or our taxes. That would provide $14.2 million surplus over what we have in our budget, not recommended. We have a flat millage rate, which would require a 4/5 vote. And so that one would be about $3.1 million surplus over the balanced budget, not recommended. The maximum millage rate with a 3/5 vote, that's just slightly different than what we have in our modified rollback. This one is based on the per capita growth of personal income in Florida, that 1.0569%. So it's a formula provided by the state. That's slightly above at $868,000 surplus. So I'm not recommending on that. And then we get into what is kind of our modified rollback. So we've reduced the countywide millage rate. So based off a 3% CPI increase applied to values, so that's our Save Our Home. The countywide, we're looking at a reduction of 3.18%. So that is just on the countywide, not the transportation or the MSTU. That reduces our basically combined millage rate down to almost 9%. That's $11.4 million total across the board, new ad valorem across those three taxing funds. That balances the budget. Now, we will have to come back and visit that other $1 million that I'm going to have to resolve between now and September. But it's the fourth year of a millage reduction, and it gets us under the board's directions from where they set the rules for the game in the winter strategic planning session. The rollback, going full rollback, would create a $6.3 million shortfall. We typically do not recommend this, as you would not have a balanced budget at this point, and this would have significant impacts for both the BOCC, but your constitutional partners and other operations. And so, as we've been working through 4 years to incrementally reduce this millage, that's kind of our goal, is we're getting closer and closer every year and being more efficient at the same time. Each of you has this last slide on at your seat. And basically, this will be the requested motions items for this evening. There will be 6 motions, setting the tentative maximum millage rates, and then directing OMB to complete the 420 forms and file them electronically with the state, followed by setting the first public hearing, or at that point in time, if you have any other directions that you wish to provide from the board. With that, I have said a lot, and I will turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you. Very, very good professional presentation. A lot of detail there. I don't know how you do it, but you do a great job. County Manager, would you like to add anything before I?
Well, I think that 90 minutes was long enough.
Well, he said that you were going to want to chime in. I never saw you try to get my attention.
I did not want to elongate the presentation. No, I mean, joking aside, no, a lot of hard work. I mean, obviously, all the department heads, their staff, their administrative staff, their OMB staff, I mean, everybody puts a lot of work in to get to this point. And, not reflecting poorly on anyone previously, but if you look at the presentation and material that's presented to you, the way it's presented in a very clear and open fashion, it's light years ahead of where we were a few years ago. And so it's a credit to the staff being true professionals in the field and having a great grasp of government finance and how to put a budget forward that meets your goals as well as the goals of the citizens. And so great job to Marshall and the team.
I agree. Before we get into like commissioner comments that are just going to be, I don't want to say pleasantries, but, saying how great a job everybody's doing. If there are commissioners that have questions about specific items for Mr. Ironman or Mr. Pope, let's go ahead and do that now. And then later on, if it's the board's pleasure, as far as any other comments, we can do that under commissioner comments, because I'd like to get the general public input too. I don't want to be pushed against our 5 o'clock deadline. So are there any specific questions about budget items that Mr. Ironman has addressed?
None from me, sir.
No, sir.
I had all mine answered behind closed doors. so.
Exactly, yeah. Okay. So, thank you. You can have a seat.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Good job. And then we will go into general public comment. This is for public comment for items not on the agenda. Comments can only be for items under the authority of the Board of County Commissioners. Time limit is 3 minutes, and this is on the agenda, but I don't think Ms. Ankrum was here earlier. So, Ms. Ankrum, I have a comment card from you, so please come on up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you,
Or
Mr. Chairman.
organization.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Janice Ankrum, Nassau County Council on Aging. I'm nervous. And I'm not nervous because I have to speak. I always have to speak. I am nervous because the quality of life for seniors are going to be affected if you take away $60,000. It breaks my heart that that's even a consideration. When I stood up here, I think it was December, maybe November of last year, and I said $60,000 for transportation. That was for a match, a one-time match. That wasn't for an every year match. There are things that's not covered by the state for transportation, things like security fences that we had to put up, security cameras, overtime, and things that are not covered by regular match. I did not have a match for transportation. I did not ask you for money for the past several years for transportation. So I'm trying to figure out why you're taking $60,000 that your staff decided to put in as transportation out of the budget. When I started 12 years ago, you were giving us dollars. I never had a decrease. I may have had some, just not getting an increase, but I haven't had a decrease. We served 2,500 people when I first started. Now I'm up to $7,000. 7,000 citizens I'm serving, from 2,500 to 7,000 seniors. And you tell me that your staff are thinking about cutting $60,000, and I'm serving more people. When COVID happened, there are people I was serving who are still on our roles that we're serving. So our pre-COVID numbers, our numbers now are larger than pre-COVID. It's very disappointing that you would do that. The reason I didn't have a match in 2023 and 2022 was because the CARES Act dollars were taking care of the match that was required by the state, not the county. You were matching our regular services. Each one of you commissioners, there are people in your districts that I'm serving because of the money I get from the county. An 85-year-old called me 2 months ago. He works at Winn-Dixie. He has to have someone to go and take care of his wife. I don't have money, so I use the county's money. The $60,000 represents $8,000 in meals that seniors are not going to get in this community. It covers 1,700 hours of home health care that invalids, that people who can't get up and can't get a bath, that's not going to be able to happen. I need you to consider putting that $60,000 back into the budget so that I can serve the most vulnerable population in our community, and that's seniors. It's very embarrassing that I have to literally beg you all to keep money in the budget to serve a very vulnerable population who needs it. We're a 50-year-old nonprofit, the oldest in Nassau County. We need to serve our people. I don't need their livelihoods to be threatened. I need for you to please serve the people who need it. You know the work that we do. You know the people that we serve. Our numbers continuously increase. Your staff never called me to discuss this with me. They just decided that they were going to do this. I think that's unfair. And to see other people getting increases. Please serve our most vulnerable population. Reconsider accepting this proposal to take out $60,000. I will not give up advocating for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ankrum. Okay, I don't have any other comment cards, so we will move on to county manager business.
I have no business at this time, sir.
County attorney,
I have no further business, thank you, sir.
county commissioners. I think, if I remember correct, my rotation goes to Commissioner Farmer first this time.
I'll just wait until the end of the regular meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Hutman,
Likewise, Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir.
Commissioner McCullough.
I'm going to third that.
Okay, Commissioner Gray.
Same, Mr. Chairman.
Well, this is unusual. I guess I'm going to go with the consensus here. So if there are no other items, well, I am going to say one thing. All right, I want to reiterate kudos to the procurement department. Do you have anybody here from the procurement department? Come on down. I know who you are, but go ahead and state your name and organization for
Lene.
the record.
Lene Gilmore, Procurement Department, Nassau County.
You're the procurement department director.
Yes, I am.
So, tell me in just a short period of time, because you've only been here a couple of years now?
That's correct.
2 years now. If you can, and just summarize what you have done in that short period of time to earn this award, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, when I first started Nassau County here, I thought that the staff here previously had done a wonderful job. We obviously did not have a procurement department yet, so I basically was brought in to kind of head the new procurement function. And with that being said, I walked in, and at that particular time, there was not a lot of technology that we had use of for the work that we did. So I worked really hard to insert and implement the different technologies that were needed to streamline our processes. So for example, e-procurement, requisitioning process, we implemented an online requisition process. We are working towards our contract management software to streamline that process as well. I implemented procurement partners so that departments knew exactly who to contact whenever they needed assistance. So really just more of the efficient way of doing business. The national award that we just won was an 18 criteria. We had to meet 18 different criteria. I think we met about 16 of those 18, so almost a perfect record. That included just the different technologies and showing the efficiencies that we gained from some of those implementations. So it was a lot of hard work. It wasn't just me, let me just say that. I do have a staff of 3 that was very instrumental in assisting with this award. Not only that, I put together a procurement advisory group, which is made up of different representatives from each department. So as we were looking to improve our processes, we made sure that we leaned on those different representatives to help us determine where we needed to improve. And so utilizing that group, that was our marching orders to kind of decide on where we wanted to focus. And so with that, we filled out the application, we put in the hard work, and we were awarded today that award. So very, very proud of that.
Congratulations. I know you didn't know I was going to call you up here.
No, I wasn't prepared for that.
You did a great job. So thank you very much, and please share with your staff that we appreciate their hard work.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned. County Board of County Commissioners meeting, 5 PM on July 22nd, 2024. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Dear Lord, we invite you to preside over this meeting. Even if we have different opinions, excuse me, give us unity of spirit. Help us listen politely as others share their points of view. Help us to work as a whole rather than as individuals trying to promote their own agendas. May we have a spirit of camaraderie in this room and work together on our shared mission. Protect our first responders and military men and women wherever they may be serving. Amen.
Man,
Please join me in the pledge of allegiance to the flag of our country.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Commissioner McCullough.
Here.
Commissioner Gray.
Here.
Commissioner Farmer.
Here.
Commissioner Hutman.
Here.
And Chair Martin.
Here. County Manager, do you have any expansion or deletions to the agenda?
I do not, sir, thank you.
County Attorney?
I have none, thank you, sir.
Consent items. If any board member wishes to move a consent item to new business, please do so now. Okay, I have one. I'd like to move tab D to new business. I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda with the exception of tab D.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hutman, seconded by Commissioner Farmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So we are going to, before we go into new business, we're going to adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the American Beach Water and Sewer District. And I will entertain a motion to do that.
So moved.
Chairman.
Oh,
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
I move to adjourn and convene as the American Beach Water and Sewer District.
And I'll second that, Mr.
I have
Chairman.
a motion from Commissioner Hutman, seconded by Commissioner Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are now acting as the American Beach Water and Sewer District, tab F. Assistant County Manager Hireman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like me to read it for the record first? The tab? Yeah, let me do that.
Yes.
Tab F, approve and authorize the chairman to sign the Second Amendment to contract number CM 3048, a loan agreement between the Nassau County Board of County Commissioners and the American Beach Water and Sewer District. Mr. Hireman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's great to note that the American Beach Water and Sewer Project is getting towards the final completion. What we do have in terms of flow on the project is we've completed a lot of the large ticket items, and what this agenda item actually refers to is, as those ticket items, we have invoices coming in. We have a delay in some of the grant reimbursements coming from the state. So to not impact the project timeline, what we're seeking is basically a loan from the general fund. The Water and Sewer District is under NAU, so it's a separate enterprise. It's supposed to be self-sustaining, so it's a formal loan. That loan will allow us to pay the contractor invoices in a timely manner, and then the grant reimbursements will go back to the county's general fund, so the general fund will be made in whole. It's merely a cash flow, and that's because of that enterprise thing. The other component that's really impacted this is the READY grant. So we received the READY grant, $992,000 from St. John's River Water Management District. And again, to get that done as quick as possible and get those individuals connected to the water system, we need the cash flow for that project. So this will provide that, and then that READY grant reimbursement will help fund that portion. Any questions on this item?
Questions for Mr. Hireman? Okay, before we go into any motions, we're going to have to, just a housekeeping item, we have to, a motion and a second and a vote for this as the American Beach Water and Sewer District. Then we're going to have a motion to convene as the Board of County Commissioners, and then we have to vote on it again, the same thing. We don't have to have Mr. Hireman give any additional remarks, but we have to vote on it again as the Board of County Commissioners. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion as the American Beach Water and Sewer District to approve or deny tab F.
So moved, Mr. Chairman, to approve tab F.
And I'll second the approval.
Have a motion from Commissioner Hupman, second by Commissioner Farmer. Any further discussion? All All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
A motion to adjourn as American Beach Water and Sewer District and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Huffman, second by Commissioner Farmer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So now we have tab F again. I need to read it again for the record.
Just ask the Board of County
Okay.
Commissioners.
So tab F, approve and authorize the chairman to sign the Second Amendment to contract number CM 3048, a loan agreement between the Nassau County Board of County Commissioners and the American Beach Water and Sewer District. I'll entertain a motion to approve or deny tab F.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
To approve.
To approve tab F, sir.
As the Board of Commissioners, yes, sir.
Board of County
Approved.
Commissioners.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Huffman, second by Commissioner Farmer to approve tab F. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, so now we can move into new business, and the first order under new business will be what I moved from the consent agenda, and that is tab D. Consider the following: award invitation to bid NC 23-022RR for Henry Smith Road improvements to CGC Incorporated. 2, approve and authorize the chairman to sign contract number CM 3670 with CGC Incorporated for Henry Smith Road improvements in the amount of $2,334,871.35. And as is my normal policy, I tend to move things that are really big ticket items. That's the only reason I do that. I'm not questioning this. I just think we should go on the record on things that are this expensive. So,
Mr. Chair, I apologize, but you didn't call for public comment on
Oh.
on the new business, and so I didn't know if
Okay.
you wanted to do that before
let me
voting.
back up. Thank you. Sorry, I was hard to get the attention of. New business. Any member of the public may address any item under new business at this time. Time limit is 3 minutes each. Is there anyone who wishes to address any item under new business? Now, just so everybody knows, I have a lot of comment cards from folks that want to speak on tab L, and I think I'm getting some more. No, I'm not, okay? You have an option. You can speak on tab L now if you choose to, and that's the Shadowwood Lanes issue, or you can wait until it comes up on the agenda. I would recommend that you wait until it comes up on the agenda, so, it's all consistent. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. All right. So now, Assistant County Manager and County Engineer Companion for tab D.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. What you have before you tonight is the construction contract for Henry Smith Road. This project we've been working on for numerous years. It's been a part of your CIP for quite a long time. There was about a year delay due to DEP permitting, being transferred from the federal to the state level and then back again. But we are ready to start that construction, and this will get us there tonight with your approval. And I'm here for any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Any questions for Mr. Companion?
I know, I'm excited.
I'll entertain a motion on tab D.
So moved.
Second that motion.
A motion to approve from Commissioner Farmer, second by Commissioner McCullough. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, tab, still under new business, tab G, presentation of the fiscal year 2024-2025 tentative budget, set the tentative millage rate, set date and time of the first public hearing. Staff recommends September 9th, 2024 at, this is unusual, at 5:01 PM. Is that a typo?
That's by statute, Mr. Chair.
Oh, is it really?
It must be after 5.
Oh, okay. All right. At 5:01 PM, authorize OMB to complete and electronically sign, submit the DR 420s. Full presentation of the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget will be held during the Board of County Commissioners workshop, which we just did. We did that earlier at 3 o'clock. So, Mr. Ironman.
Thank you,
Floor is
Mr.
yours.
Chairman.
And before the folks that are here to speak on tab L, I didn't set you up, okay? Mr. Ironman has assured me that he's going to briefly go through this tab, unlike the hour-and-a-half presentation that he gave us in the workshop, okay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So unless the board desires to revisit the last hour and a half. I will give a quick summation of the budget from that standpoint and make sure that everybody is aware that that video will be out there along with the budget documents that were posted as part of the agenda. But just for the high level, a couple intro things is our budget process truly starts with the winter strategic planning session, the end of February, beginning of March. That is where the county manager and staff are directed on kind of the goals and values as they move forward from the board on how we want to implement not only the vision of the county, but our strategic plan and how we accomplish those goals. So moving forward from that winter strategic plan, that laid out a lot of the direction for what we were going to do. And that moves forward into the budget. Now, the budget this evening that we talked about in the workshop basically laid out that we are starting to see decreased revenue growth. So the state has predicted a slowdown in many things. They've presented basically a 0% increase in the sales tax. And so we are being cautiously optimistic and planning for some of those future recessionary pressures or slowdown. But with that said, for the 24-25 budget, we have on average an 8.1% growth for the three taxing funds. So it's the general fund, the transportation fund, and the MSTU. And the use of those revenues are primarily focused on three critical areas. It's the sheriff operations, it's fire operations, and it's road and bridge. And so outside of the public safety component, the goals through the strategic plan, through the directions of the board, has been that we need to have a structurally balanced budget and continue to maintain the infrastructure that we have. And so when we talk about the roads or public works budget, a lot of that is maintaining our roadways, maintaining our facilities, and including maintaining our fleet as well. And so to make sure that our firemen can get to those emergencies, we have an active fleet replacement program. We replace those rescue units along with engines, and that works for our road and bridge side with a lot of our tractors or equipment there. So the budget presented this evening provided essentially the fourth year of the millage reduction. So what we talked about before is prior to this board being seated, we had a period of time where we were at rollback. We deferred services and maintenance. We did not have a structurally balanced budget. That then resulted in two following millage increases, a 1 mil and a 1.5 mil. Since this board, the first members were seated 4 years ago, we have now seen what's proposed in the 24-25 budget is 4 years of millage reduction. The critical thing there is it's what we call a modified rollback. The Save Our Homes under the state raises about 3% a year on certain values. And so we roll our millage back 3%. This year we made a slight modification. We reduced it more to 3.18% on the general county services. And that was to account for the fact that as value increases 3%, your tax exemption does not increase at 3%. And so we wanted to true it up. So when you're seeing that tax increase, or if you're homesteaded, you're not seeing that tax increase on that component. So from a high level, I mean, it's met the goals of reducing the millage rate, providing good public safety, primarily through sheriff and fire, and then maintaining our infrastructure. When we talk about other items such as position control and staffing, the investments that the board has made in technology over the past couple of years has allowed us to actually move forward in the next year with only 19 new positions. 18 of those are directly related to the staffing at the tributary fire station as it comes online. And the other one position is through the tourism development tax that will be utilized to support the tourism development and utilizing those taxes to really kind of benefit our citizens and move forward a couple of the projects. With that balanced budget, we did get to the end and we basically have it balanced with the reduced millage rate. Based on modified state projections, we had balanced our budget on July 10th. On July 19th, we had updates from the state. Again, they project basically a recession in the next year. So we are standing by our balanced budget that we presented you with the reduced millage, knowing that we will have to monitor the state projections, we will have to monitor other items, and look at how we balance that last $1 million that was reduced by the state. So that leads us into the end, unless there are any questions before I go into the tentative millage component.
I just want to make one comment. For those of you that are interested in the detailed 90-minute budget workshop that we had at 3 o'clock, go on our website, and you can find it, and you can get all the details there. We are going to have public hearings, 2 public hearings that are going to be set in the future before we finally approve it. What we're going to do today is we're going to determine what the tentative millage rate is going to be. And then after we make that decision, we can reduce it, but we cannot raise it. So that's what we have to do today. But if you're interested in all the details, and it's very informative. Or if you're having a tough time falling asleep, you can watch Mr. Ironman. He did a great job. I'm all kidding aside. He did a great job, but it gives a lot of detail.
Yes, and there are many things discussed in there. I mean, from affordable housing to the transportation coordinator, many things that are topics of issue in the community. We address those items so that it's very transparent on where those fundings are going, how we're addressing the needs. So with that, I'm going to shift into the tentative millage rate. And with this, what we talk about is July 22nd, basically through the budget as developed. We're presenting that to the board, that tentative budget. Based on direction tonight, we'll move forward with filing the full DR 420s with the state, and then we'll move into the next steps. So the first tentative budget hearing will be September 9th, which will require advance notice on that trim notice. Working through the steps, then we'll move into the final public hearing September 23rd. So as I said, in this budget process, it is an annual process that we go from beginning of February, March, where we're working with the board on winter strategic planning session. We're having dialogue all the way through here. This is the first presentation of the budget, and then we have the next 2-3 months to really refine the budget and work forward on any questions from the board as they see fit. Where our tax bills kind of lay out with the reduced millage, you will see on the right side of the screen, basically a sample tax bill. So if your tax bill was about $5,500, and this is based on a typical net taxable home value in Nassau County, about 41% goes to the school. You've got about 2% that goes to other uses such as conservation, and then the county and the MSTU. So your 3 taxing funds take about 57% of that tax bill. But that doesn't just go to the board, that goes to all the operations that fall under the board. And really it's everything from the appraiser, the clerk, the court, emergency services, the health department, the sheriff, supervisor elections, tax collector. Those funds come off the top, and then the board gets to utilize the lesser component. So in this case, we're representing about 53%, but there are costs that the board absorbs for many of those operations as well. At the end of the day, the board represents about 30% of your total tax bill in this situation. And again, a third of that goes to fire, and then your major component is public works, which is really the administration and the roads. And we've broken it out to fleet, facilities, parks. Your public works represents about another third as total. So your sheriff gets about a third of the pie, your fire department gets about a third of the pie, and then public works gets the other third. And then we have the other support services as a smaller incremental components. So walking through, it's kind of the required script to make sure we look at all items. So the maximum millage rate requiring a 4/5 vote, that would be a countywide millage rate of 7.6633. The municipal services fund would be 2.3850. The countywide is reducing, or not in this case, sorry. So that would be a combined over 10 mills. That would basically provide you $14.2 million surplus over the balanced budget presented this evening. Obviously, this is not recommended, but we want to walk through these things. As you're looking at the flat millage, that would require a 4/5 vote of the board. Again, increasing those millage rates, we would see basically a $3.1 million surplus. So from a staff component, we are not recommending this evening. We've balanced the budget based on your direction at a lesser millage rate. The maximum millage rate on a 3/5, this is a calculation based on the per capita Florida personal income, a little over 1%. Based off of that, that combined millage rate would be 9.1348. That would be basically generate about $868 million in surplus of the balanced budget. So we are not recommending this evening. And then where we get to is really this countywide reduced millage rate, what we've been calling the modified rollback. And so as Save Our Homes goes up 3%, we are reducing that countywide millage rate, not including the transportation and the MSTU, down by 3.18%. And the reason we're not reducing the transportation is with transportation being flat, it's only generating less than $1 million. And as talked about in the workshop, with a lot of the costs for the pavement management, the chip seal, many of the costs related to maintaining our infrastructure, those costs are exceeding what we're seeing in that growth. And so $1 million would not allow us to continue to maintain our facilities and infrastructure without deferring maintenance and no longer having a structurally balanced budget. Again, with the MSTU predominantly is funding your fire department. And so more than 50, I think it's 56% of that pie goes directly to fire operations. The other operations go into the BOCC, but those include fleet replacement, such as 2 rescue units we're replacing, that's about $1 million, and another engine that's about $1.1 million. And so you see a lot of those costs really show up in the BOCC, but it's truly supporting fire in those areas. There are other departments that are in the MSTU, but predominantly fire. So with that modified rollback, keeping the municipal services fund flat, that gets us a combined millage rate just over 9.09. And so that brings it in, $11.4 million in new ad valorem revenue going to many of our constitutionals and those operations. Go back to the presentation, it's a third for sheriff, a third for fire, and road and bridge, essentially. The budget is balanced, and this would be the 4th year of the millage reduction. The last option is the full rollback rate. That full rollback rate would produce a $6.3 million shortfall. If the board's direction was to proceed with that, that would be significant cuts, and that would be on top of the additional $1 million that we still have to do after this evening. But that would impact not just your operations, but all of your constitutionals, public safety, all of those areas. So that's one area that we haven't recommended. It's better to incrementally reduce the mill, increase service concurrently, and end up with the best value for our taxpayers. So with that, I have laid out in front of you a copy of this last slide because I know it's always hard to go back and forth on the screen. What the agenda item this evening is requesting essentially 4 motions. The first 4 are setting those millage rates for the different components, from the tentative reduced millage rate for the county-wide, the flat for the MSTU, approve the flat millage rate for the drainage district, which truly is non-operational, so it stays at 0. The Amelia Island Beach Renourishment millage rate, that .096 was established. Under our reserve policies, the direction has been to keep that flat until such time as the minimum reserve balance is met, and then provide you with an opportunity to look at that. Now, obviously, it's full board discretion on that, but that's how we've laid it on the back end. And then motion 5 is to direct OMB to complete the 420 forms, file them electronically with the state, and then move forward with setting the first public hearing. And then between now and that first public hearing, we can do workshops as needed and discuss any critical items that the board seeks additional information on. And with that, that concludes my report.
Any questions for Mr. Ironman? Okay, well, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think we're going to go with option 1, which is all the motions that Mr. Ironman has suggested and recommended, unless someone wants to go with option 2. And, if so, speak now. Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, past practice, we read through each one independently and take a separate motion on each one.
Right, but I understand that, and that's what my next was going to be, but unless there was option 2. I understand what you're saying. Yes. Okay, so, option 1, the reduced millage rate. I'll entertain motion number 1, which is to approve the tentative reduced millage rate for countywide at 6.8822 mils.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Farmer, second by Commissioner Huttman. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Motion number 2, approve the tentative flat millage rate for municipal services taxing fund at 2.2087 mils.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Gray, seconded by Commissioner Huttman. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Motion number 3, approve the tentative flat millage rate for drainage district at 0.0000.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Huttman, second by Commissioner Gray. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm saying and I say it loud. Okay. Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be louder. Mr.
Sorry.
Martin. Okay.
I'm not picking on you, I just didn't hear you.
Okay.
Motion number 4, approve the tentative flat millage rate for Amelia Island Beach renourishment at 0.0960.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hutman, second by Commissioner Farmer. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Motion number 5, direct OMB to complete the 420 forms and file electronically.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hutman, second by Commissioner Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Motion number 6, set date and time for the first public hearing, and staff recommends September 9th, 2024 at 5:01 PM.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hutman, second by Commissioner McCullough. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. We've got a tentative millage rate set. Outstanding job, county manager, assistant county manager, and your staff. You did a great job. Thank you. Okay. Tab H, consider and approve the traffic control jurisdiction agreement between the East Nassau Stewardship District, Nassau County, and the Nassau County Sheriff's Office, CM 3717.
Motion to approve tab H, Mr. Chairman.
Second that motion.
Motion from Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner McCullough. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Tab I, approve and authorize the chairman to sign the grant of easement from property owner Beverly Baker Miley, described in the official records book 2550, page 6, and approve the road department to maintain the drainage easement.
Motion to approve.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion from Commissioner Farmer, second by Commissioner Hutman. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Tab J, approve the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Annual Report for State Fiscal Funding Years 2019/2020 and 2020/2021, and authorize the chairman to sign the annual report certification.
Move to approve tab J, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hutman, second by Commissioner Farmer. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Tab K, consider request for reduction of code enforcement lien, case number CE 22-6996 and 22-7319 by new owner SG-33-LLC. Mr. Letzum, please state your name and organization for the record.
Sure.
Raymond Letzum, Code Enforcement Officer. This case is for reduction of property at 960202 Staghorn Lane. The new owner, SG33 LLC, requests a reduction for code enforcement lien in case 22-6996 and 22-7319 respectively for property located at 9602, 020 Staghorn Lane, Fernandina Beach, 32034. October 11, this case was brought before the Code Enforcement Board. The property owner, estate of Keith W. Willis Jr., was found by the board to be in violation of 2020 Florida Building Code, Section 105.1, permit required, and Chapter 18 and a quarter, Section 5, Tab 3, nuisance affected public health. The former owner, estate of Keith Willis Jr., was found in violation, and the Code Enforcement Board entered an order requesting compliance on or before November 30th, 2022, and assessed code administrative cost of $389.46. The property was not brought into compliance, and a fine of $500 per day was assessed beginning December 1, 2022. On March 15, 2024, the property was purchased by SG-33-LLC via warranty deed, and the new owner brought the property into compliance on April 22, 2024, and lien ran for 508 days. Total code enforcement lien amount is as follows. Code enforcement fine, $254,000 at $500 per day for 508 days. Code enforcement admin fees, $389.46. Total amount, $254,389.46. Code enforcement staff recommendations. Since the imposition of the fine, the code has adopted a new ordinance pursuant to Section 1-61B, subsection 3. The maximum amount of a code enforcement lien would not be more than 35% of the assessed value of the property as determined by county property appraisers at the time of the imposition of the code enforcement lien. Staff records reflect that assessed value of the property as determined by county property appraisers in 2021 was $39,245. Code enforcement staff and code enforcement special magistrate recommend the following. Code enforcement fine of $13,737.75. Assessed value of the property, $39,245 times 35%. Code enforcement admin costs, $389.46. Total amount, $14,125.21. The property owner is requesting a fine reduction from $254,389.46, including admin costs, to $2,000.
That concludes
Any
your
questions?
presentation?
Yes.
Any questions for Mr. Letson? Commissioner McCullough?
Will you, I apologize, I was writing and I have it up on my agenda notes too. Can you say that last sentence of numbers? Usually you have your slideshow presentation. Will you just say those numbers because I have the agenda item up.
Sure. Code assessment fine, $13,735.75. Assessed value of the property, $39,245 times 35%. Code enforcement admin costs, $389.46, and total amount, $14,125.21.
So do we have any questions for Mr. Letson?
Um,
Is the
I
property
don't know if
owner
the
here?
Yeah, I'd like to ask the property owner.
Property owners over there.
Come on up, sir.
Hello, good
Please
afternoon.
state your name and address for the record.
Anthony Sessions, manager, SG33 LLC, 1965 Glenville Crossing Court, St. Augustine, Florida, 32092.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's coming today to see, so we met on 6/12, and their recommendation was reduce it down to 13,700 and something. I was asking to see if you could honor my initial reduction down to $2,000 from the 13,000. We've worked very hard. I'd like to admit this in my receipts. We have about 30,000 in the property right now, 28,360.95. I have 6 copies here. With that amount of lien on there, I'm going to be upside down in the property. It leaves me basically nowhere to go, and I still have a lot of spending left to do on the property. I have to demo the septic tank. I have to put in a high-performance septic tank, around 25 grand. We're still having dumping issues on there, people dumping on the lot, so I'm having to have people monthly take care of the lot, mow it, do things like that. We met with Bill and Jane Taylor right before we came here. They sold their house on Amelia Island, and we're going to build them a new residence on that house. They're supposed to sign the contract tomorrow. So we do have a new residence going in there. It'll be, tax revenue and for the county for many, many years to come. But, we've worked very hard to get this property into compliance. We've dealt with some unsavory characters and squatters and hauling off RVs. I mean, I just can't even begin to tell you. And, I would like to be compensated for my efforts, and, with the amount of 13,700 and something, I'm pretty much upside down on the lot. And we've been at this since January, February, and, we're now in July, headed into August, no end in sight. So this is going to be a 1.5-year project by the time it's all said and done. So, it's kind of a bitter pill to swallow to work for, a year and then wind up upside down in something. So I was asking if y'all could reduce the lien down to the original 2 room.
Any questions by any commissioners? Commissioner McCullough, you getting my attention, or
Yes, sir.
Commissioner McCullough?
Well, not a question, it's more a discussion when we go in.
Okay, all right. I have a question.
Sure.
Mr. Letson, you can probably answer it. From the time that this gentleman took ownership of the property, how long did it take him to get it? I know it's in, I want to get it in the record. How long did it take him to get it into compliance?
It took from
And if you know off the top of your head, sir, that's 30 days.
March 15, 2024 to April 22nd, 2024.
That's pretty quick. 30 days. All right, thank you. Any other questions from any commissioners? All right, well, I will, we've got a couple of things here. We've got code enforcement's recommendation, and then we've got the property owner's request. So, County Attorney, unless you tell me differently, I will entertain a motion on either one.
That is correct. It is your lien. It is your discretion entirely.
Okay, so if a commissioner is going to make a motion to entertain the homeowner's request, then the fees would be with the fine for a total of $2,000. Is that what I understood your request to be?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Most people come here and they don't want to pay anything. They want us to reduce it to zero, so.
Well, I try to be reasonable.
Well, I can't make a motion.
Yes.
But I'm throwing that out there in case there is a commissioner that would like to make a motion, because it's refreshing to have someone that wants to take some responsibility.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion.
Well, Commissioner McCullough was trying to get my
I'm
attention
sorry.
first.
Sorry, I just have one quick question. So it would be more like $1,600 in fee, in his lien, and then the fee,
$380.
he'll pay the, or are we saying $2,000 plus the $349 in administration?
2,000 total.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. I just wanted clarification from Mr. Huffman.
Do we need to break that out, County Attorney?
It would be nice to break it out. You could,
That's what I
since
thought.
nobody wants to do math on their phone, it's okay for you to say.
Commissioner Huffman is already all
Fees
over
in the amount, but he's already doing it. Yeah, fees in the amount of $380.46 and the remainder in fines.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Huffman.
I'd like to make a motion that we find the property owner obligated for a fine of $1,610.54, $389.46 in administrative fees to clear the lien on this,
For a total.
for a total of $2,000.00.
And I'll second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Huffman, seconded by Commissioner Gray, for fine and fees totaling $2,000. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
If I can make a comment, Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman. Folks in the audience, this is someone that has removed a blighted property, and therefore, that's why I proposed the reduction in the consideration, because that's how you turn things around. So thank you for working.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, the majority of folks are here for. Okay. Quasi-judicial public hearings. The following matter under consideration is a quasi-judicial matter, and the quasi-judicial procedures will be utilized for the following. The county attorney will read the procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As stated, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Copies of these procedures are available to the entry to chambers. Florida statutes and the courts of Florida require that the following item be heard as a quasi-judicial hearing, and that is for tab L, to consider CRD 24-001, designating Shadow Woods Lane as a canopy scenic road in District 2. A quasi-judicial hearing by state and case law is different than a regular hearing conducted by this board. As a quasi-judicial hearing, it is less formal than a court hearing, but similar in its procedure and evidence matters. Applicants have the burden of demonstrating through competent and substantial evidence that his or her application is consistent with the following requirements. As for tab L, section 37.08 of the Nassau County Land Development Code, those opposed must also demonstrate through competent and substantial evidence that the application does not meet these requirements. General objections without specific evidence do not constitute substantial and competent evidence. The applicant is entitled to be represented by counsel. I believe that they have retained counsel and counsel is present tonight. The only material or relevant evidence is that which addresses the previously listed requirements of Section 37.08 of the Nassau County Land Development Code. The hearing procedures will be as follows. Staff will be sworn in to describe the applicant's request, and they will have 10 minutes. The applicant may waive their presentation and rely on staff comments. Do you wish to waive your presentation?
Teresa Prince, attorney for the applicant, and through the chair, no, we will be making our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So the applicant or their representative will have an opportunity to present their evidence for the application, and they will have 10 minutes for that presentation. If the applicant has witnesses, the applicant will indicate the name of each witness and the subject to be addressed. The applicant's witnesses will have 5 minutes each. The applicant may also call the zoning official or other staff members present as witnesses to ask them questions, subject to the 5-minute rule. Public participants for or against the application will be sworn. They will have 3 minutes each to provide testimony and present evidence to the board. Extensions of time may only be granted through the chair. Sharing or transferring of time is not allowed. Public participants presenting evidence for or against the application will address the board at the podium. Any documents or photographs must be submitted to the deputy clerks. When the individual is testifying and those documents will not be returned, they do become part of the permanent record. As a quasi-judicial hearing, large numbers of individuals for or against a particular item will not be considered. The applicant or their representative may then cross-examine anyone presenting evidence, subject to control by the chair and the county attorney. Cross-examination shall be for 5 minutes for each witness. The applicant will have a maximum of 10 minutes to provide any rebuttal as to any evidence presented. Staff will have 5 minutes to provide any final comments to the board. The board will then close the public hearing and discuss the application. They may ask questions of the applicant, staff, or witnesses for or against the application. Any motion of the board should include whether the board member finds competent, substantial evidence in the record and/or testimony received to support the board's decision to approve or deny the agenda item. This meeting is being recorded. There can be no applause, outburst, talking, or comments from the audience, as it does distort the recording. The Office of the County Attorney represents the board and provides counsel, including advice as to the hearing procedures and the relevancy of evidence. Strict rules of evidence applicable in a court proceeding are not utilized. However, the board, with the assistance of the county attorney's office, may exclude evidence that is not relevant to the code criteria as set forth in the application or is repetitive in its nature. According to Florida statutes 286-0105, if any person decides to appeal any decision made by this board with respect to the matter considered at this meeting, the person will need a recording of the proceedings, and for such purposes, he or she may need to ensure that their own verbatim record of these proceedings is made. Does anyone have any questions regarding these quasi-judicial hearing procedures? Mr. Chair, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Okay, tab L, I'm just going to repeat it. Consider CRD 24-001 designating Shadow Woods Lane as a canopy scenic road, and this is in District 2. So at this time, board members, please disclose any ex parte communication as to tab L. Disclosure shall include who the communication was with and the nature of the communication. Disclosure should state the substance of the communication. Commissioner McCullough.
All of it is on my county device. The substance was residents for and against shadow lanes.
Thank you.
Yes, I as well, Mr. Chairman, all on my county device in relation to Shadow Woods Lane.
Commissioner Hutman.
I had approximately 45 to 50 emails in support. Each one was answered by me personally, except for the 4 that came in the last 35 minutes, which I haven't answered yet, but I will. So, and they're all captured on my county device. So.
Okay. Commissioner Farmer.
Same with me. I got everybody but Christine Freeman and Thomas Oliver, and I got writer's cramp.
I too had numerous emails that I wish I could say that I responded to every one, but I had to stop when we did our workshop at 3 o'clock. So I've probably got 15 or so emails that I did not get a chance to respond to because I received them during our previous meeting and just didn't have time to do it. But I'm looking forward to responding to them after this meeting. Okay. And all of it's contained on my county email, county device. Madam Clerk, please identify the documents to be placed in the record for Tab L.
Tab L, application CRD 24-001, staff report with exhibits A through F, 13 pages. Draft ordinance 2024-15, 6 pages. PZB motion, 1 page. PowerPoint presentation, 12 pages. An email requesting continuance dated July 17, 2024 from Teresa Prince, 4 pages. An email requesting continuance dated July 21st, 2024 from Teresa Prince, 1 page. And public comment emails as of 3 p.m. on 7/22/24.
Entertain a motion to accept the documents into the record for Tab L.
So moved.
Second?
Motion from Commissioner Farmer, second by Commissioner Huffman. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. One other thing I didn't say under ex parte, and I don't know if this is technically ex parte, but I did watch the video of the recent Planning and Zoning Board meeting, so I made sure that I was familiar with everything that happened.
I did too, Mr. Martin.
I as well.
I did as well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
Spent 2 hours this morning on that, sir.
All right. So the public hearing is now open for Tab L. Staff presentation, 10 minutes, please. State your name and organization for the record.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Please state your name and title for the record.
Elizabeth Back, Planning Director for the Planning Department. Let me just, I believe this is the applicant's presentation, so let me pull up staff one.
Okay, I know I have ringing in the ears, but I hear something out there.
To create an ordinance, that's $25. I'm not a fan of new ordinances. If you can't silence your phone, $25. Goes to charity of the chairman's choice.
That was a perfect intermission. So, good evening, Commissioners. Elizabeth Back, like I mentioned, for the record. And what you have before you tonight is a request to consider designation of a new canopy or scenic roadway. The roadway is Shadow Woods Lane, and the request is made by Benjamin Hubert and 5 additional homeowners on Shadow Woods Lane, and this is in Commission District 2. As you can see before you in the graphic here, you can see Shadow Woods Lane coming just off of Buccaneer Trail to the west. The 6 petitioners are located on the north and south side. There is an additional homeowner at the end of the road who was not a part of the request. And it is located approximately 0.1 miles north of the roundabout that's located at A1A and South Fletcher Avenue. So when we're looking at a recommendation for approval from staff towards the board for you to make your decision, we're looking at consistency with Land Development Code Section 37.08A, the designation criteria. Now, all of this is covered in the staff report, so I will just do a summation here. The first criteria that needs to be met is that a signed petition indicating support was received for the request, and that was submitted by the 6 out of 7 homeowners that I mentioned on the previous slide that do abut Shadow Woods Lane. And that first criteria is met, it has to be the lesser of either 51% or 200 of the property owners abutting the road. The next criteria to be considered is historic significance. And of note, Shadow Woods Lane is an unpaved, privately maintained roadway. It was platted in 1979. Now, looking at the age of the trees, it's difficult to ascertain the actual age of the trees, but it is possible that in 1979, when the roadway was platted, that several of those trees may have been in existence. Now, there's an additional lot, like I mentioned, at the western edge of that roadway. Now, the neighborhood that this roadway exists within is called Amelia City, and it is located on Amelia Island, very close to a 1940s attraction, which has since closed, the famed Gerbing Gardens. I should also mention that Buccaneer Trail, just east of it, is also a designated canopy road, and Gerbing just south of that location at the roundabout. There is a historic family cemetery just east of this roadway at the terminus of Shadow Woods Lane and Buccaneer Trail. That is Judd Cemetery, which was established in 1885. Now, moving on to the scenic criteria, the native canopy trees consist of 18 live oak trees, 2 American holly, and 2 hickory trees. Now, in terms of the size of the live oak trees, they may grow with a spreading canopy pattern, and they can attain a height between 60 to 80 feet and a canopy width between 60 and 120 feet, while American holly trees can attain heights of 35 to 50 feet with a spread of 15 to 25 feet. Lastly, hickory trees can attain heights of 80 to 120 feet with a spread of 30 to 45 feet based on research from University of Florida. And none of the trees that were identified in the tree survey are in poor health or noted for having defects. I do want to mention our county arborist, Joe Picharel, is in the audience in case there are any specific questions about the trees on the survey. And I did mention about Buccaneer Trail being a designated canopy scenic road. So if you were on the end of Shadow Woods Lane looking east towards Buccaneer Trail, you can see some of these trees in the roadway. Likewise, coming off of Buccaneer Trail looking west, that is the view of the unpaved road. Looking at ecological significance, the Land Development Code specifically in Section 3702 notes that Amelia Island is a barrier island on the east coast of Florida, contains a maritime forest, which is one of the rarest coastal biological communities of the East Coast barrier islands within the Georgia embayment. It has one of the most vigorous maritime forests, and that provides communal benefits integral to the health, safety, and general well-being of the island and the inhabitants on the island, which preserve health, safety, and well-being. Among other things, storm protection, stormwater storage and treatment, soil stabilization and strengthening, and can also serve to counter the heat island effect. Should be noted as well that new plantings can't provide the same ecological service in a reasonable time frame as established canopy. Let me just make sure. Okay. A bit more on the ecological significance. By managing the impact of development and preventing unreasonable or unnecessary damage to this native tree canopy and vegetative understory is part of the preservation, the reason for preserving that canopy. The diversity of tree species indigenous to the island should be maintained and protected, maintained to the fullest extent possible. Structures and impervious surfaces should be placed in such a way to protect those healthy canopy trees. And the native environment should be preserved, enhanced, and restored towards preserving those native trees and existing natural systems for present and future populations. And we can achieve greater energy conservation by maximizing the shading and cooling effects of having healthy trees and native replacement trees. They also provide cooling comfort and beauty for public spaces and preserve the unique aesthetic character of the island by preserving, enhancing, restoring that character. Lastly, for traffic information, Shadow Woods Lane is designated as a privately maintained, unpaved, dead-end road. Traffic to this roadway consists of residents and visitors to the 7 homes located on the road. The right-of-way is 60 feet wide and approximately 380 feet in length. The zoning district is RS1, or Residential Single Family 1, and the underlying land use category is MDR, or Medium Density Residential. So due to meeting each of these criteria, staff is recommending approval for this requested scenic canopy road designation. We find that it is consistent with LDC Article 37, Section 37.08. I would note that at their meeting on July 16th, the Planning and Zoning Board recommended denial of the Canopy Scenic Road designation application. And this would be subject to, you can also find this in Section 37.08B of the Land Development Code, the restrictions on scenic canopy roads, that the county cannot widen or increase the number of lanes on these roadways. Outdoor advertising signs are prohibited, except signs advertising residential developments or homes for sale or parcels of property immediately adjacent, and entry signs constructed in accordance with the ordinance. On-premises commercial signs, excluding billboards, shall be allowed. The erection of markers or signage indicating the scenic status can only be accomplished at the direction of the growth management coordinator and with the consent of the board. Setting and posting of speed limits and warning of restricted roadway shoulders is permitted. Setting of classes of vehicular travel, including weight and height limitations, limiting access, width of access. And then for tree protection, no trees except as those identified in the Florida's most invasive species list, Category 1, which have attained a diameter of 8 inches or more at a point 4.5 feet above average ground level within the zone shall be removed, except as provided herein, and trees shall be identified as set forth herein. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions, Commissioners?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Beck.
You're welcome.
Applicant presentation. Ms. Prince?
Thank you. Good evening, County Commissioners, Chairman.
Oh, you're a lawyer. You don't need to be sworn in, do you?
Oh, well, I think I do. Teresa Prince, attorney for the applicant, 303 Center Street, Suite 203, the law firm of Tomasetti and Prince. And I will have witnesses. Would you like us all to be sworn right now? Or do you want to wait until I get to the end of my
Mr.
presentation?
Chair, I recommend if you'd like, she can bring them all up at the same time, introduce them, and swear them all in at once.
And then I can give my presentation, and that way.
Let me ask you a question. Do all the people that want to comment on this have to be sworn in too?
They will be individually.
Okay. What she said.
Okay, then I'd like to ask my three witnesses to come forward. They will be part of my 10-minute presentation once we get going. So I would like to ask Elisa Geiza to come forward, Laura Keller to come forward, and Jim, yes, Tom Oliver, who I have renamed Jim today, Tom Oliver III. And I will talk about their experience in a second once we all get sworn in.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Perfect.
Thank you.
So just for housekeeping, this all has to take place within 10 minutes, or how does that work?
No, she gets 10 minutes for her presentation, 5 minutes for each witness.
Got it.
And I promise, just like Marshall did such a great job, the assistant county manager, keeping it brief, that's our goal too. Again, Teresa Prince from Tomasetti and Prince. The three witnesses that were just sworn in, that's Thomas Oliver III. He is the past president of the Dan Lamont Clinch Historical Society. He was president for 6 years, and prior to being the president, and now even after recently stepping down as president, he is still on the Historical Society board. So he will be speaking to item 3708, sections A, little 1 and little 2, which are historical significance and the Canopy Road designation. So he has the historical information. Miss Lisa Geiza is a 20-year teacher at the City of Fernandina Beach. She teaches high school biological sciences, life science, biology, science, and environmental sciences, and she has been recognized by the state of Florida to receive the stipend because her master's programs at George Mason University were in the biological sciences, and she will be speaking towards 37.08A sub 3, the ecological significance, just to support the staff competent substantial evidence already submitted. And then Miss Laura Keller is a resident of Shadow Woods Lane. She lives at the end of the Road. She is an 11-year resident of that road, and she will be speaking towards 37.08 sub A, sub 7, which is Roman numeral 7. And she will just be talking about the basic traffic information to support what the staff support said, and their competent substantial evidence about what she can know as a personal resident. Who uses it? How do they use it? Who's on it? So those will be my 3 witnesses tonight, and at your pleasure, I will start my presentation. Okay. Let me see if I can, are we up? Oh, we're good. Okay. So you already know that it's in Commission District 2 and that we're considering the Canopy Scenic Road designation. You saw this picture already, and you see how the Shadowwood Lane meanders off of, everything looks like a beautiful 60-foot right-of-way on a plat. Reality is can you see, where it actually falls on the road. And the surveys in the documentation that you received reflect that as well. Here is the plat that governs this, and as was stated, the 7th owner at the end of the road was not part of the original application. We have the 6 that front Shadowwood Lane and are encumbered by the plat, and the 7th owner, I believe, has representation here tonight at the planning board meeting. They did, and you'll see later in my presentation, say that they supported this with certain amendments, and they did represent some amendments that they'll probably represent here again tonight. This is the adoption and dedication language that just shows you that all the roads are dedicated to the use of the public. This is the source of the public use, and then that Nassau County assumes no responsibility for the maintenance of the Shadowwood Lane right-of-way. And this was part of the amendment that they proposed in front of the planning board that got things a little off track. And, our position is, if they do present that amendment tonight, that the plat dictates this road and the use of the road and how it's maintained, and the need to have an amendment to an ordinance to say the same thing is superfluous, not necessary, and it doesn't follow the criteria of Section 37.08. Of course, we would rely on the county attorney as well to address this if that amendment comes up. The face of the plat is here. You can read it. I have a handout so you could read it more at your leisure, and it is recorded in the public records of Nassau County. And again, these are the pictures that were in the staff report. We're at Buccaneer Trail, which is also a canopy road. So this would connect to another canopy road, and we're heading west towards the marsh and towards the terminus where the 7th property is. Here we are back looking east. So you can see the beautiful vegetation, the trees, and the design of the road. Most people come down and turn around at this terminus down here, based on my understanding. Your staff report had a recommendation of competent substantial evidence that we met all 7 criteria. The 7th owner did indicate support of this canopy road if certain amendments were added. And those may be brought up this evening. And again, our position is the plat handles those matters and does not need to be added to the ordinance. We have a video coming up later that I will tell you, you better hold on tight because I took it and it made me seasick. But this is where we'll also be supporting staff with Thomas Oliver III, who I've already introduced. He'll be going to items 1 and 2. And then again, you just see the canopy trees that your staff already had in the report. There is also a chart of this attached to your ordinance because they have to be documented. In addition to the competent substantial analysis of staff on the ecological significance, we'll be offering the testimony of Lisa Geiza, which I've already entered into the record, and that is 37.08A3. That's her certificate, which I have to pass out, that shows that she has the earth sciences, biology. And then I mentioned Laura Keller, and so that's just restating what I've already said, that she has known of the road and the use of the road for the past 11 years. In our covenants and restrictions that were brought up at the planning board level, we are required, the owners, the 6 owners of the land who are encumbered by the declaration and the plat. The 6 that represented the application are responsible for maintaining the road and sharing the cost. This is a recent improvement that was done to the cost of $5,000 for putting 5 truckloads of granite on Shadow Woods Lane. So just to show that we are maintaining it and my clients are maintaining it and responsible for maintaining it. Here are some pictures that further show the road and the beautiful tree canopy that will connect to Buccaneer Trail. And that is at the entrance. You see that little blue sign there, which is generally your indication that it's a private road. And again, anybody wants to correct that statement, they're more than welcome to, but that's my understanding in Nassau County, blue road, private road. For the property at the end of the road, looking towards Buccaneer Trail, just another view, some pictures that we took today. You see from the surveys being done, there are some survey yellow markers on there. That's not to take them down, fortunately. Some more pictures, nice understory, beautiful vegetation on this canopy road. Another picture. And then I do have a recording that they say doesn't work from here. Let me see if it does. And they were right. Why would okay. So this is where you're going to hold on. We're starting, I took this. You started looking at Shadow Woods. Here's the cemetery that is referenced in the staff report for historical significance. Then we go back around, as long as you're not seasick, and we start heading down towards the western. This is the entrance. You have the 6 properties, 3 on either side, going down the terminus. Okay, and then that's concluding at the 7th property, which is being used, still utilized as a residence. And then we're turning back around and just going to conclude by looking at the end of the road, which you've seen a few times. So if you didn't have a chance to get out there, it just kind of gives you an idea. So that did work, great. So staff is recommending approval, and we support that recommendation. Staff did state for the record that we received a recommendation of 6-0 for denial from the planning board. We made the Canopy Road request, my clients did, in order to protect the nature and the character of the area and to tie it into the numerous other canopy roads that exist in the area. The 6-0 denial we see as just an unfortunate, unintentional consequence of otherwise good, meaning, well-intentioned board kind of getting off track and applying standards like Article 11 that apply to this. And of course, we will rely on Denise May, the county attorney. Staff answered all the questions. We supported, I wasn't at the meeting, but I have listened to it, as you guys have as well, for the hour and 45 minutes. And we would be relying on the staff report and the county commission to take the opportunity tonight to just correct that anomaly and rely on the staff's competent substantial evidence and my witnesses if they are considered to be competent substantial evidence. And we would just request that you support this application. At this time, would you like me to call my witnesses?
Yes.
I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please do.
I will. We will first have Tom Oliver come up and speak. He has already been sworn. I will ask him to give his address for the record. So you can state your name and address for the record again.
For the record, Thomas W. Oliver III, 4734 Oliver Lane, Amelia City, Fernandina Beach, Florida, 32034.
And as stated, Mr. Oliver will be testifying as to the historical nature of the area and the Canopy Road designation. I would like you to begin and highlight the Gerben Gardens information, the preservation of the oak trees, because they've been listed in the Smithsonian, and hit those highlights for the board if you would in your testimony. And remember, you have 5 minutes, of which I haven't taken any of it yet.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, a couple of things on background, my own background. I graduated from the Naval Nuclear Power Program. Was in the power industry for many years, grew up on the island, came back to the island. My family is 3 generations of living in historic Amelia City. So I want to talk to the Canopy Road, which is really the essence of what makes Amelia Island and all these Berry Islands so beautiful. You look at Cumberland, you see those very classic pictures, and it's a very reason those trees close down. The salt air stunts those growths, causes those trees to close down, and those trees protect the environment from the beach, and they also protect the salt marsh on the other side. Very unique. If you look in the staff report, I could not have said it any better. They did such a wonderful job of saying, why do we need the oak trees? These oak trees, from a long-time historical perspective, were the trees that built old Ironsides. They built the guts of the ship, so when the cannonballs bounced off, that's why it got the name Old Ironsides. There were several types of oaks used for that tree, but the guts of it came from here. The very first national tree forest was over toward Pensacola, when in the early 1800s, the government realized they were cutting down all the oak trees. By 1802, there was hardly an oak tree on Cumberland Island. Now they've all grown back, and we see them, and they're beautiful. Same thing probably happened here on Amelia with the plantations. They've all grown back. They are part of the infrastructure of the island. Further that, we're talking about Gerbing Road, Amelia City, Buccaneer Trail, all canopy roads. And the name Gerbing, for the history of this area, there cannot be a more prominent name. Gustav Gerbing originally bought the property back turn of the century. His son Gus was a Renaissance man. Gus, one of his ventures, besides doing the first farming of oysters right in the cove there in the state of Florida, the first fishing pier in the state of Florida, the first farmed shrimp in the state of Florida, et cetera, was also a horticulturist. Gus wrote the definitive book on azaleas and camellias. You're familiar with the Audubon book, where you look at all the beautiful pictures. Gus wrote that same book for camellias and azaleas in 47 at the end of Gerbing Road, a canopy road. Gus put in the garden, and it was gorgeous, okay? And it had azaleas and walkways and camellias, and it was just wonderful. The gentleman was 10 years before his time. It didn't succeed, so it morphed into a nursery. I moved to Amelia City from living right on the beach in 1958, and at that point, from literally Sadler Road to the south end was an oak forest. So I've seen everything that's happened. I actually hunted with my buddies on this particular piece of property, and it was just covered in an oak forest. Now, what has happened? We've had some really good stuff happen, and we've had some really bad stuff. Look at the plantation. They did a wonderful job. You go down there, when they put that in, there were no tree regulations. There wasn't a canopy road regulation, none of that. They just did what was right because it was good for business, it was good for the island, it was good for people, it was just plain good.
Can I ask you a few
Sure.
questions? Just to
Uh-oh,
focus you
I'm
really quickly on a few
pontificating too
things,
much.
'cause
Sorry.
you've got 1 minute to.
Okay.
What, could you tell us about Gerbing Gardens and what has happened with it and the 3.5 acres that are preserved by the Gerbing
Okay.
Garden
Yes,
Association?
the next thing, on
And the
Gerbing.
Smithsonian.
Yeah, on Gerbing Gardens, a couple of things have happened. One, it is listed in the Smithsonian Registry of National Gardens. There's a reference file there that people put data in for research on that. Also, I'll look at Gerbing Gardens as a development. There is a neighborhood there called Gerbing Gardens, whereas they preserve 3.5 acres of the gardens that look just like they did when Gus had them. They built the houses on the Gerbing Road. They moved the camellias to a temporary garden, built the houses, moved them back as preservation. You go down that road, it is gorgeous. It shows you exactly what can do, as well as all the gated communities that are on the south end around the Ritz and all like that. They preserve the oak trees through their covenants, not through the law. This is the absolute perfect example of a street that's not in a neighborhood like a gated community and what this regulation was put on the books for.
And could you highlight again the Smithsonian, because I'm not sure that I understand.
Okay, Smithsonian keeps a record of all the gardens in the country. So if people want to put data for prosperity in there, so anybody can do research on it, that is the location. And that's a real plus for me, Al.
And the Gerbing Gardens is listed in that.
And Gerbing Garden is listed in it. Yes, ma'am. So I think the clock stopped, but I'm in good shape. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think the clerk helped you out a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you, clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any questions for Mr. Oliver at this time, or would you just like to
Any
wait?
commissioners have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Then our next witness will be Lisa Geiza, and she will be speaking towards habitat fragmentation when you take down storied trees, stabilization of the ground area, which was also in the staff report, which is 37.08A sub 3 is the ecological significance, and talking about the tertiary level of animals that enjoy the Canopy Road designation, the habitat of it. And we've already put into the record her qualifications, but if you'll state your name and address.
My name is Lisa Giza, and I live at 1360 Shadow Woods Lane. I do teach environmental science and biological sciences at Fernandina Beach High School. I've been teaching biology for about 20 years. I've taught in Virginia, I've been licensed in Virginia. I've taught in Georgia, been licensed in Georgia, and now I teach and am licensed in Florida. There are a plethora of ecological significances to canopies. I'm going to give you two. Right? The two that I think would be the hottest bullet points if I was giving you a test tomorrow on Canopy Road Environmental Sciences at Fernandina Beach High School. All right, so habitat fragmentation. Most people have heard habitat destruction. That was the big buzzwords in our gray-haired age, about tearing down all of the rainforest, et cetera. Habitat destruction is where you level something. That is not what we really feel in environmental science is the big hot button issue now. It's habitat fragmentation. What happens with habitat fragmentation is you cut out a small piece of the habitat, like a canopy road, like Shadow Woods Lane, and then you completely disintegrate the highway in the treetops that the animals that are in the food chain are utilizing for transport. Think about driving down the road and the bridge is out. You can't get to the other side. You have to either go down in the valley or something. You got to find another way. Well, it's the same for animals that are our primary consumers, right? We all know photosynthesis and chemosynthesis is the base of our food chain. And then you have all those little ants and squirrels at the next level, and it goes on up to secondary and tertiary. Most people are like, it's just ants. It's just squirrels. Well, you don't have squirrels, you don't have hawks. You don't have fish, you don't have herons. So when we take trees out that connect sections of forest, like a canopy road, we basically decimate that habitat because the animals either have to move by habitat displacement or the animals have to go down on the ground to try to make their way to another area. So that's fragmentation, and that's what would happen if we took out the trees on Shadow Woods Lane. We would fragment the canopy road of Buccaneer Trail from canopy roads like Girving. It's a connecting road. The second thing I want to talk about is rain, water, and storm management. When we are talking about canopy, one of the things we forget about the vitality of the canopy is I got screamed at by mom when I was a little kid, right? It starts to thunder and the lightning, and the first thing you do is run under the tree, right? And your mom's like, get out from under the tree. But we've all had that experience. We know we go under the tree, and now we don't get pelted with that stinging rain. Right? No stinging rain comes from the tree. The tree is designed with its branches to catch the water with the leaves, channel it down the branches, channel it down the trunk, and every now and then you'd get that big glob of water that would plap on your head while you're hiding under the tree. It does the same thing for our soil. The same stinging rain that stings your face as a child when you're running outside is the same stinging rain that it acts like bullets. Right? A little nickname for it is like bullet rain, but that's a nickname. And it hits the ground with such force that it digs up the soil, especially sandy soils, like on a barrier island, and it digs up the soil when it hits, and it runs off because the trees aren't doing their job of, one, slowing it down, and two, funneling it. So when you deforest an area or take out canopy trees, you instantly are taking away nature's funnel system. And when you take away nature's funnel system, it increases the amount of erosion, which is earth and materials moved by water. It increases the amount of detritus, which is debris and sticks and leaves and everything picked up and put in the water. So where does that end up? Well, when you talk about a canopy road like Shadow Woods, it's located so close to the marsh, that ends up in the marsh. And when you get that kind of flow in the marsh, it makes a false delta or an unintended delta. We've all probably heard of the Mississippi Delta. Well, that's supposed to be there. This great big river dumps out and it leaves this big triangular shaped delta. Well, when we make those by accident, we make the water shallower. We smother the eggs and we can say goodbye to our fish hatcheries, which are what marshes are for. When the water gets shallow, it gets hotter because of solar radiation. When it gets hotter because of solar radiation, the oxygen content goes down. When oxygen content goes down, guess what happens? Algal blooms, fish kills, no fish. Fish are the secondary consumers, or the primary consumers, in most of our aquatic food chains. No fish, no herons, no eagles, no egrets, no, all the things that we take our boats down that beautiful intercoastal waterway to look at are gone if we don't stop taking out our trees.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Giese? Your next witness?
Yes, my
Thank
next
you, ma'am.
witness, thank you. My next witness is Laura Keller, and she's going to speak to criteria 7, just the basic traffic information of the road. Some things that were kind of outside the scope were just talking about what could get down the road, how it got down the road. So we do have a picture of emergency vehicles on the road, and Ms. Keller will be speaking towards what she sees on the road as a resident for 11 years. Please state your name and address for the record.
Laura Keller, 1365 Shadow Woods Lane. And I bought the property 11 years ago. It's a very quiet street. Only the 7 households access it. There's no curbs, there's no sidewalks, we don't need them. So the only people that are using the road, a couple trips here and there, the delivery trucks come. Children play in the road. We have little children on the road. We have some older kids. We have a lot of walkers, people strolling. We have a lot of looky-loos that come down to see what's down at the end of the street, dog walkers. I do a lot of gardening, so I run into a lot of people, and we just have conversations. They think the road is beautiful. There's been no problem with deliveries or trucks. We have both of the garbage trucks, Meridian and Waste Management, both have customers on the street. And we have twice a week the trucks coming down. We have Amazon, DHL, UPS. There's been no problem. We've also had full-size fire trucks down the road responding to health emergencies. And there's been no problem getting fire trucks down the road. And other than that, it's just a beautiful, quiet street to live on.
And do you think it's used as a public thoroughfare, or?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Keller?
Questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Then I would like to reserve the right to cross-examine or examine any of the staff that participated in the planning board meeting that answered questions and provided evidence, and any of the staff that participated in the recommendation of approval and the staff report. I don't need to question them now, but if they do testify, I think I have the right to cross-examine them, and I would like to reserve that right and reserve the right to rebut at the end, at the chair's pleasure. And we would just request that you support this application and apply the criteria to support it. And do you have any questions for me before I sit down?
Questions for Ms. Prince? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will call to the podium those who have completed public comment cards on tab L. Ms. Wendy Burdick.
Good evening, members of the
And you get sworn
board.
in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
All right, my name is Wendy Burdick from 1396 Mission San Carlos Drive, just down the road from Shadow Woods Lane. Good evening, members of the Board of Commissioners. I thank you for this time to share my comments. I'm here tonight as a resident deeply concerned about the future of our community and the preservation of our natural environment. Specifically, I'm here to urge you to approve the designation of Shadow Woods Lane as a canopy road, a protected area from development. Shadow Woods Lane is not just a road. It is a living monument that connects our past with our present and hopefully with our future. Lined with majestic trees that have stood for generations, this road represents a unique ecosystem and crucial habitat for local wildlife. More than that, it embodies the character of our community and serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving our natural heritage. Preserving Shadow Woods Lane is not merely protecting trees. It is about safeguarding the air we breathe, mitigating the effects of a changing climate, and maintaining biodiversity. These trees act as natural air filters of pollutants while producing oxygen that is essential for all life. Losing this canopy would not only diminish our natural landscape, but also jeopardize the health and well-being of current and future generations. Moreover, Shadow Woods Lane holds cultural and historical significance in our community. It is a place where our ancestors have walked and where our children are currently playing under the shade of towering mature trees. By designating it as a protected area, we are honoring our past as well as ensuring that future generations can continue to enjoy and benefit from this natural treasure. I understand that development pressures are inevitable, but so too is the responsibility to protect and steward our natural resources. By approving the protection of Shadow Woods Lane, you will not only be preserving the vital piece of our environment, but also demonstrating visionary leadership in sustainable community development. In closing, I urge that you consider the long-term impact of your decision tonight. In summary, while allowing development that removes tree canopy may provide short-term economic benefits, counties should carefully consider the long-term costs and impacts on environmental quality, public health, infrastructure, social cohesion, and regulatory compliance. Balancing development with environmental stewardship is crucial for sustainable growth and the well-being of current and future residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Burritt. Elizabeth Hubin.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this man is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Always. Please state your name and address for the record.
You bet. My name is Elizabeth Ann Hubin. I live at 4615 Phillips Manor Place in amazing Amelia City. I am a member of Preserve Buccaneer Trail, Nassau Sierra, Conserve Nassau, and the Amelia Tree Conservancy. I add to my resume that I survived the Planning and Zoning meeting of Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. On that Tuesday, I rose to speak on behalf of our co-founder and fearless leader, Lynn Pannone from the Amelia Tree Conservancy. She is out of state at this time. She wanted to express on her behalf and that of all of the Amelia Tree Conservancy that we fully support the staff report and the recommendation for the Canopy Road designation. I rise again because we're back at your level, and I want to point out to you that in that planning and zoning meeting, at no time did any speaker rise and offer any substantial competent evidence to refute what was in the staff's very capably prepared report. No one did that. So the report stands, and the Amelia Tree Conservancy, Ms. Lynn Pannone, and myself stand for it as well, and we hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubin. Kristen Hubin.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kristen Huben, 807 Stanley Drive on Amelia Island. And I speak to you today as a member of the Board of Directors of the Amelia Tree Conservancy. As our county comp plan states, and I'll paraphrase here, that as we grow, the conservation of natural resources across the county needs to remain a top priority in order that we sustain the long-term environmental and economic viability of the community. Communities need to upgrade and expand their green infrastructure, the network of open space, woodlands, wildlife habitat, parks, and other natural areas which sustain clean air, water, and natural resources and enrich their citizens' quality of life. One of the oldest tenets of geography, something we speak about a lot on behalf of the Tree Conservancy, is the sense of place, which is an emotional connection we feel to an area based on our experiences. And by preserving our maritime canopy for future generations through the Canopy Road designation, and most importantly, by amalgamating the contiguous canopy roads here, Buccaneer Trail, we are ensuring that the sense of place for residents and visitors to the area is preserved. I'm very grateful to this staff for their extremely competent report and the outline of the 22 trees of note on the road, and I hope that this county commission will approve the special designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huben. Jeff Kennard.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Jeff Kennard, 4767 Tanager Lane, Amelia City. Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
I live on Tanager Lane in Amelia City that is bounded by Gerbing Road and Buccaneer Trail, both designated Nassau County Canopy Scenic Roads. I was an advocate before the Board of County Commissioners when the Gerbing Road Canopy Road application was approved. I've written extensively to each of you regarding the irregularities of the planning and zoning meeting on July 16th. The staff report specified that all of the county code criteria for designating county canopy scenic roads were satisfied, with no exceptions. Additionally, all of the persons speaking at that meeting were in favor of the application. No competent, substantial evidence testimony was provided to deny the application. This evening, I would like to add my voice to those of other speakers urging the Nassau County Board of Commissioners to approve designating Shadow Woods Lane as a canopy scenic road. Thank you for your positive consideration of this application and for your continuing efforts to preserve and protect the county's natural environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennard. Sandy Carey.
I didn't actually sign up to speak to this issue. I was just going to make a general public comment, but if everyone else is done, I can.
Were you done? Okay. I had a card for you.
Yeah, but I didn't put it for this particular.
Oh, okay. What
was
tab
just-
is it for, do you know?
It pertains to this tab, L.
Okay.
So I live, sorry.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sandy Carey, 1255 Forest Drive, Amelia City. I was not at the meeting, but I watched it like you all did too. What I want to say is how very important it is that we restore the trust of people that we put on advisory boards that make recommendations to you. And all I really wanted to say was that under the Florida statute definition, which is what I think really needs to be looked at carefully when you have people on these boards, the definition of conflict of interest means a situation in which regard for a private interest tends to lead to disregard of a public duty or interest. We need to have people that are objective. Yes, we need people with expertise, but not people that have conflicts of interest that can lead to situations like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Jim Pledger.
Mr. Chairman, I have some documents I'd like to send up to everyone to enter into the record, please.
Give them to the clerk, please.
And I'll also ask you, since their attorney got 10, can I have 5 minutes?
No,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay.
And before we move documents into evidence, could we get a motion of the board to accept? He's asked for them to physically be moved into evidence.
What are they?
Surveys of the property and the statute that the attorney entered into evidence before.
I mean, I'm not opposed to you entering into evidence, but we already have that.
I didn't know what the attorney was going to do, so.
We already have it, so go ahead and utilize your 3 minutes to speak.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Pledger, 1743 Regatta Drive, Fernandina Beach. I'm the chairman of the Site Development Committee at the Mio Baptist Church. We own the land and a single-family residence at the end of Shadow Woods Lane with the physical address of 1356 Shadow Woods Lane. I provided some documents for the record if you choose to look at them. I've lived here for 22 years. The church has been here for around 30 years. The documents that are there will have a survey of the property that was recently purchased by Amelia Baptist Church, shows the residential home, and how the property abuts the terminus of Shadow Woods Lane. We love trees, we love canopy roads. Amelia Baptist Church was not asked to participate in this application. We will not oppose a designation of Shadow Woods Lane as a canopy or scenic road if the applicant will agree to an amendment to the proposed ordinance for protecting our property rights in the future. The document, the next document in that group, in Exhibit B, shows a blow-up of the dedication and adoption of Shadow Woods Lane. And what we're asking for is the ordinance to say, whereas Shadow Woods Lane meets the criteria for the designation of a canopy scenic road pursuant to Section 3708A, the Land Development Code, and is irrevocably dedicated to the use of the public since 1979 and is a public right-of-way. At the hearing and planning board meeting last week, a county engineer, and the attorney representative testified that the criteria for canopy scenic road status only concern trees and not the roadway. Also, that Shadow Woods Lane is not a county road at all, even though it was included in the deed dedication and acceptance signed by Nassau County officials back in 1979. Church leadership is still conducting due diligence on future use of the property we recently purchased. At some time in the future, we may choose to build on the land, to use it for church activities, or sell a portion for development. We just want to ensure that we retain sufficient access and property rights for the future. We have a couple of questions. Is Shadow Lanes dedicated and accepted for public use as stated in the deed, Nassau County records? If we sell a portion of the land to be serviced by Shadow Woods Lane, will the canopy road designation limit the ability to provide county water, sewer, and utilities at a future date? And will the issues raised by the planning board that resulted in the denial of the application be resolved before a decision by the Board of Commissioners? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Pledger. Michael, I hope I don't butcher this, Robolato? Did I pronounce your name properly?
Better than most.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Michael Rebelato, 1277 Gerbing Road, Fernandina Beach, Florida, 32034. First, I'd like to thank, I believe, every member of the Board of County Commissioners has actually responded to my email, but I probably got it in early, so thank you for that. Second, I'd like to thank you for watching the video. What you'll hear from me today in part will be somewhat repetitive, but I ask you to bear with me on that. So I am the president of the Gerben Gardens Homeowners Association. That includes 6 families. I'm also the chairperson of the Preserve Buccaneer Trail Working Group, which consists of 12 individuals, some of whom you've heard from already tonight. If you add those groups up, you can be assured that 100% of those people are fully in favor of the application. In addition to that, on Gerbing Road or just off it, are 18 families. We've been able to reach out and communicate with 14 of them. They're all in favor of the application as well. We're still trying to track down the other 4 people, but as you may be aware, people that live on Amelia Island not necessarily wanting for resources, and some of them are on trips, and God knows where they are, frankly. Okay? In addition to the actual warm bodies that I just enumerated, we have a Facebook page. The Preserve Buccaneer Trail Working Group has a Facebook page. As of this afternoon, 587 people are registered on that page, if that's the correct terminology. And we can be assured, or I can assure you, that the overwhelming majority of the people who come to that page do so to support our environmental and traffic concerns. I respectfully request that the decision of the Planning and Zoning Board not be considered by this commission for the following reasons. Section 37.08A 1 through 7 criteria were tracked by the county staff, chapter and verse. In the absence of competent and substantial evidence to the contrary, an application must be approved by the board. There was no evidence contradicting the work of the county staff. Secondly, and I believe as importantly, the net effect of the actions of the Planning and Zoning Board last week were to gut the ordinance. Its result was no less than an attempt to amend the ordinance, and their action cannot be allowed to stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rolado. Cheryl Witt.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Witt. I live at 4402 Titleist Drive in Fernandina Beach, and I'm a voting Nassau County resident. I'm on the boards of the Amelia Tree Conservancy and Conserve Nassau because I want to preserve the beautiful natural resources on Amelia Island. My neighborhood is Parkway North, which is right off of Buccaneer Trail. So the Shadow Woods Lane are my neighbors just a few blocks away. I thank them for putting forth this petition to designate Shadowwood Lane as a canopy scenic road, as it is truly a unique and beautiful place. And I thank you, commissioners, for considering this application. Thank you also to the planning staff who helped put this application together. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Board of Directors and the members of Amelia Tree Conservancy. I've been a board member for 7 years. We support this ordinance and all measures that protect the tree canopy on Amelia Island. My comments tonight are in reference to sections 3708A, little 1, which is the historical significance of the road, and section 3708A, item 3, which is the environmental significance. The Nassau County Canopy Scenic Road Ordinance was passed in 2001, and the first intent of the regulations is stated to protect and perpetuate the natural and cultural heritage of significant historic and/or archaeological sites and structures, including historic roads in the county. I believe this petition achieves that goal. There are 22 native significant trees listed in the tree inventory in this application. They are mature trees. They provide a shady bower above the road and have created a unique sense of space on Shadow Woods Lane. In fact, the name of the street, describes the space. The road is not paved, it is narrow, and some of the trees encroach in the roadway. It is a natural space, lovely and historic. The road is adjacent to other canopy-designated roads, so it is not an anomaly. I'm hoping by approving this designation, we put the brakes on development of this road. We don't need more impervious surfaces or more traffic trying to exit onto Buccaneer Trail. If regulations are needed to preserve what is natural, then please regulate this. As stated in the second intent to this regulation, you will be doing so for the benefit, education, and enjoyment of future designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Witt.
Thank you.
Jane Collins.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, everyone. I am Jane Phillips Collins, and I live at 1433 Phillips Manor Road. My father purchased the property that is now known as Phillips Manor Road and Phillips Manor Place from Gus Gerbing the year I was born in 1951. He built our first house there in 55 and the next one in 58, next door to each other. First house is on Phillips Manor Road, and that's where I grew up. I still own those two houses, but I live down the street on another lot that Daddy gave me for a wedding present many years ago. So we also purchased the old Roland Place, which is 96928 Buccaneer Trail, facing the Buccaneer Trail. And we were in that house, living in that house in 2021 when the Buccaneer Trail Canopy Road ordinance came up. So I lived there. It was very important to me, so I was very involved with that. The ordinance was very difficult to hammer out. That was the first one. And it took a couple of readings. The first reading, I was very much opposed to it. It told me I couldn't even mow my lawn. It was way too much. But then we came back again for the second reading, and it was perfect. It was wonderful. It is what it is today. And I don't want to see that ordinance that has been so good in all these years amended or changed or gutted. That is disturbing. I will also tell you why I believe this is so important. If you know Phillips Manor Road, you would have never known that it was a canopy road. There are no trees in the road right-of-way because in 1970 it was paved. And this was before the plantation came along and before people started talking about saving trees. So the paving of it went right down the road right of way, every single tree gone. And it was awful. It was I lived there in the little greenhouse, and I just could hear every single tree coming down. It's nice to have it paved. It was a dirt road, and when it would rain, everybody would get stuck, and it was a mess. So it's nice to be paved. But so paving roads can be done nicely and save the trees at the same time, as the plantation has proven, as we now, since Buccaneer Trail was made the Canopy Road with the ordinance, there have been 9 more. So there are 10 altogether, and 9 of them are in historic Amelia City. The other one being off the island. So, and I was going to tell you about Judd Cemetery. Y'all, I'm the treasurer, and I'll sell you a lot if you want to.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Margaret Kirkland.
Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Margaret Kirkland, 1377 Plantation Point Drive, and I promise I will not repeat everything that I said in my earlier message or that has been said. I appreciate everything that Elizabeth and her staff put together for the report, and Lisa Giza's comments, also Tommy Oliver's. I'm speaking on behalf of Conserve Nassau, and we are very much in support of this road being designated as Canopy Road. You've heard us on other occasions talk often about the importance of our sustainability and resilience. Sustainability and resilience not only in terms of the environment, but these are the things that support our economy, not just for the island, but for the entire county. And also our social fabric and social stability. I mean, in other places, I have seen what happens when, you know, you change the environment dramatically, and the result is a change in population, and gradually it turns into something that is not what anyone had in mind. So this is a really important decision. This is a great choice for a Canopy Road because it is right on Buccaneer. We don't need any more traffic on Buccaneer for sure. We already have an issue with that. And we need to be protecting our environment, the cooling effect of our trees, and the fact that they manage the stormwater so well. We already have issues mid-island with flooding as a result of tree removal and too much impervious surface. So we greatly support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkland. Ms. Prince, do you have any rebuttal? You have 10 minutes, but you don't have to take it all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, Teresa Prince again for the applicant, Chairman and Board of County Commissioners. On rebuttal, I just want to say that I was hired to come and speak tonight because of confusion at the lower level. I do think that was just a little bit misguided with great and well intentions. And so we just wanted to keep it focused today on the record. You know, all 7 owners are treated the same way, burdened the same way by the ordinance. All 7 owners have relief under the ordinance of how to develop the road if that were to come before you. And as your staff expertly offered into evidence at the lower level, you know, there are mechanisms in place when and if development comes. This tonight is not about that. And you know, there seemed to be a spirit by some of the planning board members to keep you guys out of the fray. And well, the 5 of you know that's why you're here. I mean, you hear appeals, you hear these things. This is your job. And this particular Canopy Road would connect, which others have spoken about tonight, is in your record, Buccaneer Trail, Gerbing Road, Scott Road, Anthony Street, Karen, which is right around there, Orange Avenue, which was since closed to the public and is also a Canopy Road, Suarez Bluff, and the A1A Parkway, and then the one off island. So adding this to the list is going to add to all the tree connectivity and continue this canopy road designation. Those that need relief have recourse for it under section 37.08. And as far as any kind of access, as was testified by Mr. Pledger, the Baptist Church owns all the property. They have access. They can, and then the plat, as we stated before, I won't put it back up, but the adoption and dedication language, which is similar to what was in the handout, is clear on the face of the plat, is recorded, is a public record. In my opinion, this ordinance would not trump that language. Of course, we can rely on the county attorney for that. And the purpose of this is to preserve and protect the neighborhood, connect the canopy road. And again, we just applaud your staff for answering all the questions. Now that you all have watched it, you heard the responses, the concerns that appeared to me to be outside the scope, but they were answered respectfully, intelligently, and I was impressed by everyone at that meeting. Not having an idea of what was going to happen, just speaking so eloquently, answering questions so thoroughly, and even those that spoke at the meeting. And we just appreciate tonight being heard and keeping this respectful, similar to the prayer that was given at the beginning of the meeting. And you did that on Wednesday as well when I was here, Chairman, and I appreciate that. We're just here for respectful discourse. We appeal to you tonight to approve this. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Any questions for Ms. Prince?
No, sir.
All right,
And
thank
I
you.
have a phone that somebody may be missing.
Okay.
I will deliver that promptly.
Any final comments from staff? No? Okay, any board questions of anyone that spoke? Staff? Public hearing for Tab L is now closed. We have board deliberation. And/or I will entertain a motion for approval or denial of CRD 24-001.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, unless you had
okay.
conversation.
I did want to ask a question.
Okay, we'll go back to board deliberation.
Yep.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Commissioner
yes,
McCollum.
sir. And it may be to Miss Elizabeth, it may be to Miss May. Back up to the question, on the parcel at the end of Shadow Woods Lane that is owned by Amelia Baptist Church, when I read the ordinance, it says the county may or may not widen the road, they may or may not, certain things, but will that, with the future land use map density being the future land use map with its designation of medium density, will put it, Shadow Lanes as a canopy road, will that inhibit that future land use?
It will not.
On the property owner? Okay, thank you, Ms. May.
I don't know if your answer was it will not.
It will not.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or board deliberation before Commissioner Hutton and Commissioner Thorman?
Well, just to piggyback on that, this is a question to the county attorney to the best of your knowledge. Have you ever heard of any of these other canopy roads having any type of zoning issues or them being prohibited to do anything, or maybe having their private property rights taken away? Meadowfield Bluffs, Manucy, Karen, Anthony, I mean, have you heard of anybody having any type of an issue through the course of the 21 years that this ordinance has been in play?
It has not. It does not intend to infringe upon private property rights. It intends to protect trees. There is a method, and I believe it was explained to Planning and Zoning very eloquently by our Development Services Director, that there are procedures for coming forth to develop.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Thorman. Commissioner Hutman, unless you have other comments.
Commissioner Hutman go first.
It is his district.
It's his district.
Good? Okay.
Did you want to make a motion?
I do, yes.
Commissioner Hutman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the record evidence and testimony I received, I find there is competent and substantial evidence pursuant to the criteria referenced in Section 37.08 of the Nassau County Land Development Code. Therefore, my recommendation is to approve CRD 24-001.
And I second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hutman and a second from Commissioner Gray to approve CRD 24-011. Because this is quasi judicial, Madam Clerk. Well, first off, is there any more discussion? Any more discussion, questions, comments?
Just say that probably one of the most bizarre meetings I've ever watched.
I would say this too, in all seriousness, and Mrs. Huben can back me up. This sometimes happens at lower board meetings. Okay, thank you. And again, that's why we're entrusted to consider all the evidence and competent and substantial evidence.
And I'll make a comment since we're making some comments. Substantial and competent evidence is what the Board of County Commissioners has to rely on. In the criteria, I want to thank our development services for I watched the meeting, and you've got to you got to focus on what the application is, not what it could be, would be, or should be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I already talked to him personally, but kudos to Caleb Hurst for his, the way he handled himself at that meeting. I know it was quite stressful, and so I think everyone that watched that would agree that he did a really, really good job. Ms. Back, you did a good job too, and your staff, so, and the Assistant County Attorney also did a good job there. Now, keep in mind, Assistant County Attorney was filling in for the first time at a Planning and Zoning Board meeting.
And I
okay?
apologized
And it was
profusely.
well, regardless of what they were valid reasons why she was there, and Ms. May could not be there, and, because usually Ms. May attends these Planning and Zoning Board meetings. Now, I don't know that Ms. May would have had any more or less influence, but I think our Assistant County Attorney did a great job too. So, Madam Clerk, would you call the vote?
Commissioner Farmer,
Yes.
Commissioner Gray,
Yes.
Commissioner McCullough,
Yes.
Commissioner Hupman,
Yes.
and Chair Martin.
Yes,
That's 5 ayes, 0 nays.
thank you. Okay, so you can cheer now if you want to cheer. So, I think we're going to take a brief recess.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I know there are folks that were here just for this, so if you want to stay, you're more than welcome to stay, but if not, we're going to take a recess.
Yeah, I can use the restroom.
Okay, we're going to reconvene. Next, we have general public comment. Comments can only be for items under the authority of the Board of County Commissioners. Time limit is 3 minutes. And so this would be, I don't think she stuck around. Oh, she is still there. Ms. Jackie Osborne.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jackie Osborne, 85503 Sagaponic, Fernandina Beach, Florida. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to address this group. As you know, I volunteer at the Nassau County Animal Shelter here in Yulee. Last weekend, the shelter held a 3-day event out at PetSmart in River City. They had 8 dogs to be adopted at that time, which brings me, of course, to the count. There are currently 72 dogs at the shelter, 3 of which are puppies. That was today. Now, there may be 7 more puppies this evening, you know. The cattery, as you know, it is kitten season. There are currently 71 cats in the cattery. Of the 71, 42 are kittens. And everybody left, and I was going to offer them all a kitten. And they got out before I got a chance. And I asked the police guy back there, the sheriff's person, to stop them, and he wouldn't. There were 4 litters of four litters of kittens over the past weekend. 3 of them have been sent out to be fostered, so they're doing a great job with the foster. I know you're aware of the hard work that the animal shelter staff does between the shelter staff, management, and the volunteers, walking the dogs, giving them baths. I mean, it's just phenomenal, the work they do out there. The resurfacing project that y'all approved last meeting, I understand has started with the fellows going out and telling them what they're going to do. Thank you for your vote, and they certainly badly need that. I understand the land has been purchased. I have my shovel ready, so that's one thing y'all don't have to buy. And I'm so excited about the new shelter, and thank you so much for all the hard work that you've done, and it does my heart good. I mean, the people have said earlier, you know, that y'all do a good job, and you really do. You really do. The public doesn't have a clue what y'all do. They don't have a clue about, they see the guy standing on the side of the road, and he's watching somebody dig a ditch. And there may be 4 of them standing there, and 1 digging, but they don't have a clue, and that's all we see is the 4 standing there. And all we think about is picking up some poor dog on the side of the road. They don't think about the fact that they've got a cat in the cattery that's very old that can't eat because it has no teeth. They don't think about the ones that go in there that have been maimed and hurt by some really nasty people, and y'all don't want me to talk about that. So thank you so very much, and I appreciate all you do.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Hutman.
Thank you. Ms. Jackie, the Hutmans tried to adopt a dog this weekend. I didn't try. We were going to pick up that chocolate lab that came in, but luckily the owners got the dog back. That's a win. So we always have our eye out. So
Fantastic.
We came very close. We'll
Yeah.
find the next right one for us.
Mr. McGuire, the director, said that of the animals that come in with chips, only 5% of the people that have had their animal picked up with a chip come and claim them.
We're getting there.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner McCullough.
Are you talking about the dog on Eastwood and Hilliard? I
Yeah.
know the family, there's more in that litter.
All right, I'd like to have a conversation.
Okay.
I would.
Let us know what that address is. We'll be-
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
There's more where that one came
All
from,
right,
literally.
Thank you, Commissioner McCall.
I'd like to just say that,
Commissioner Farmer.
Miss Jackie, for you to sit through 2 hours of Shadow Woods Lane, all I got to say is you have to be the absolute best volunteer that we have in Nassau County's history. Because I don't know of anybody else that would have sat through that to come up here and tell us your story about the animal services.
All right. County manager's business.
Yes, sir. Tonight, I asked Ms. Carvalho to come and give an update on the conservation land acquisition. We didn't know it was going to be a 5-hour event.
Good evening, Granny Carvalho, Director of Strategic Advancement. Before I start, I just want to echo that about Ms. Jackie, and quite frankly, if I didn't have this presentation, I probably would have left an hour ago. So thank you so much for always being here for us. So I'm here tonight to talk to you, give you an update on our conservation land program. I'm going to start with A very brief background, a little bit of the project status for our current CLAM projects, give you an update on our very exciting Florida Forever project that was just approved, give you some other updates, and then our upcoming activities. So briefly, just for those who maybe weren't around, back in 2017, the BOCC directed staff to develop a conservation land program. Staff worked with several partners, including the North Florida Land Trust, to develop a program that was presented to you, that was approved in 2021. That was our CLAM ordinance that adopted our CLAM manual and really gave us a framework for how to move forward. In May of 2021, the CLAM committee was appointed. The CLAM committee is the oversight committee for our CLAM program for acquisitions and recommendations for acquisitions. Somewhere in there, your CLAM committee worked for about a year with the staff, looking at over 700 nominations for conservation land acquisitions, ranked them, presented them to you in September in 2022, in which you approved them, and that gave us the ability to go out and start working to acquire the parcels and the projects. A few months later, in November, we got to celebrate because 68% of Nassau County voters voted in favor of our CLAM $30 million bond referendum, and really that gave us the money that we needed to go ahead and move forward. We did spend several months at that point kind of figuring out what our policies would be, how we would implement the CLAM program. Marshall had to dumb down a whole lot of financial stuff for me, but we started in about July of the following year, of last year, reaching out to these property owners. So as a reminder, there are 15 projects in the CLAM approved project list, and they are made up of multiple parcels and property owners. So when we started, it was individual properties, and then we combined them into projects. So what I have in front of you today is an update of where we are in the projects in the parcels that we are in active due diligence on. And what I mean by that is we've actually put on our boots and we've gone out there and we've done appraisals on the property, perhaps surveys, looked at title work. So we've actually been in active negotiations of these projects. I'm happy to go in depth on any more of these if you would like, but I'll go down the list. So for Piney Island, of course, that is one of our top projects. We are awaiting finalization of due diligence. And post that, then we can make formal offers. There's a property in the Orange Bluff that is in negotiation. We have 2 parcels in the Lofton Creek Viewshed. That's State Road 200, Lofton Creek, Meadowfield, that we're in negotiation for. Commissioner Gray actually joined us for those appraisals. We hung out in the woods for a little bit. We have a great project that is we call it the Cary State Forest expansion. And that's adjacent to Cary Forest over off of 301, also in negotiations. And Greenway Trail Extension, there are 2 parcels that actually extend the Greenway, smaller parcels, but they add to the Greenway Trail. So then we have the second list of projects to go through, and this is what we kind of say we're in very active conversations with, but we haven't quite aligned on expectations. And that's important because we don't want to expend CLAM funds and county funds on things like appraisals and due diligence when we don't know that we're kind of in the same realm, whether it's price or what kind of public benefit there is or timeline or things like that. So we have the Dudley Island property, which is off of William Burgess. We have the St. Mary's River Ranch. Now this one is no longer active with us, but I put it in there because we talked with these folks, had a lot of good conversations, and then they stepped back and said, hey, you know, we love what the CLAM's doing, we love what Nassau County is doing, but we're going to continue to work with our long-term partners, the Nature Conservancy, on conservation easements. So we still consider that very positive. We have another property in that same project that we were talking to those folks about. And then there's 4 parcels on the south end of the property that are all connected to each other that we're having conversations with. So we did put together, this map is not meant to be super detailed to look at, but what I want you to see is that these are the numbered projects. They are all around the county. So they are from east side to west side. And then here we have, these are the properties that were in the due diligence phase, and then this has the due diligence / willing sellers. So you can see, again, all across the county, island, west side, and it follows the kind of the outline of the CLAM program itself. So, our next big project, which hopefully you have heard about, this is our Atlantic to Okefenokee Florida Forever project. So I want to stress the CLAM program is the foundation of the county's conservation land program. But now we've expanded and had the ability to venture into other conservation initiatives. So recently, last fall, we applied to the state's premier land conservation acquisition program, the Florida Forever program. We actually submitted a 333-page application that included 55,000 acres from this Okefenokee corridor, which we'll show in a second. After submitting last fall, we then went to Tallahassee in December and presented to the committee that makes recommendations. They said this looks like a cool project. We'd like to learn a whole lot more. So they came out in February, did a 5-day site visit with about 6 different state agencies. And then we went back in June of this year, and we got a unanimous approval from that committee for a Florida Forever project. So what makes the Atlantic to Okefenokee? What's the A2O? So this is the corridor boundaries. So as you can see, it runs along the St. Mary's River. It creates a conservation corridor, as the name suggests, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Okefenokee Wildlife Reserve. It's almost 56,000 acres. In the A2O, there's about 12,000 acres of CLAM properties as of the application process. For the A2O application, that will change as CLAM properties change. It connects, enhances, and buffers quite a bit of existing conservation land, including Fort Clinch and Ralph Simmons. And properties in this A2O had to meet certain criteria. We weren't just putting anything in there. They had to meet size criteria, existing structure criteria, so we weren't looking at stuff that had a bunch of buildings on it or things that were extremely small. I do want to point out the CLAM properties that are in the A2O. They can be both. You can be A2O and you can be CLAM, but they can stand on their own. For example, an A2O property in the Florida Forever project doesn't have to be a CLAM project because that's state acquisition funding, so it's separate from the CLAM funding. So that's when we say we now have a very robust conservation program. That's what we mean. So what did the committee and reviewers recognize? So when they came out for the site visits and hosted us, of course they said that Nassau County is amazing, it's beautiful, tons of conservation opportunity here. They really appreciated that we looked outside of the boundaries of Nassau County. So you can see, you've seen this before, we have these Greenway priority area connections to Georgia. Of course, we connect westward to the Okefenokee. We were really thinking big picture. And I do want to give credit, right there in the middle of our A2O, there's the 11,000 acres, the ENCPA that you've already approved. So we're already working and filling in that conservation corridor, so congratulations to you. They recognize that this is a very ambitious program and it's very generational. The Florida Forever is a long-term generational program. This is not something that's going to happen overnight. They loved our CLAM program. They thought the Conservation Land Acquisition Management Program was great foundation. They acknowledged highly that we had the support of the Board of County Commissioners. They said we don't just have the support, they drove this. And that's actually fairly unique from what we've learned. So again, congratulations. We also had extensive other elected official representation at our last meeting in June. We had either in-person or virtual representation from Secretary of State Cord Byrd, Representative Black, and Senator Yarborough, and then the community support. Lots of the folks that were here earlier actually sent in letters, did campaigns. A few of them asked me to tell you that they would have stayed, but the meeting went just a little long. So they said, hey, but I promised Margaret, I would say that she would have stayed and that she's very supportive of CLAM and Florida Forever. However, I do have to set expectations. So we got an approved Florida Forever project. That doesn't mean there's funding for it. That doesn't mean there's funding from the state. That doesn't mean that we have hit the level of Florida Forever priority projects that get funded. So we will go back in December. They rank the projects. There's a committee that ranks. We will again be asking for support. That support is hugely important. Let people know that our elected officials and our voters and residents support this. And then next year, even if we get priority funding or priority status, then there's a whole nother process. But we won't give up. We kind of say, hey, if we don't make it this year, that's a next year problem. We'll go back. We do have the designation, so we can continue to try. But again, setting expectations. We're not going to come next year with $200 million to buy 55,000 acres. This is also a willing seller program. So any of these property acquisitions would have to have sellers who are willing to sell. Ms. Collins, who came up here earlier, she actually was part of our site visits for the Florida Forever. We went out and spent time with her, so I can tell you there are willing sellers. It's just a matter of how many and when. So a few other updates. Last year, we signed an agreement with the Department of Defense for the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program, the REPI program. So that's funding for land conservation for reducing impact on military installations. So because we have the connection to Kings Bay, we were approved as a partner. We just recently submitted an application for $850,000 for Piney Island. And when I say we, they did it. They submitted the application, the Kings Bay and the regional folks for consideration. Again, that's another one where it's a grant, it's out there. If we don't get something this year, we can continue to try, and we have a multi-year agreement with them. We do still have our Marshall and his team. They're working on some of the components for the $1 million state appropriation for Piney Island. And then I have to point out that Mr. Pope presented the CLAM program at the Florida Association of Counties last month, which I think says a lot about how people are respecting the CLAM program. And he had a little throng of groupies afterwards asking questions, so he did a great job. Upcoming activities, so in August, October, and probably December, we will be working to re-rank the CLAM projects, those top 15, and making CLAM manual updates. Of those top 15, some have been developed. Some folks have responded to our outreaches and letters and calls and said, I'm not interested, or I'm not interested at this time. And some will be potentially purchasing. So we will re-rank those 15 and present them to you again. So we always have that bucket of 15 projects that we're working towards. And then we found some things in the CLAM manual that we could update. There's some things in there that maybe are a little, Abby's shaking her head, a few things that maybe are a little redundant. One of the things that we really wanted to focus on was nimbleness and timeliness. So how can we do that within the confines of still meeting the standard of public engagement and getting everyone involved that needs to get involved. So we're going to make some minor tweaks and recommend those to the CLAM committee. We'll continue our negotiations with the ones that we have on the table, and we have a few more that are in the pipeline that we will hope to move forward as well. Then we start working on land management and conceptual use plans. So once some of these projects come to you, our next steps will be we have to make these land use and conceptual use plans for us to include in those properties. Again, we will go to the A2O, the ARC meeting. That's the Florida Forever committee that makes the recommendations in December. We love support. If anybody feels like taking a field trip, it's only a short 4 hours. And we will continue to seek additional outside funding. I said that all as fast as I can. I hope I didn't go too fast. But I know it's just been a very long day. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner.
I have one, Brandon. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. So when we went up, and Mr. Pope was there, we went up to the naval base, and we talked about the tour we went to and the READY program. I heard you say they're going to help with maybe some CLAM funding. Will they also include the ATO program with that READY grant? Is it possible to get money from the federal government from that as well for the ATO?
So they have a very defined area that they want to work in.
buffer?
Yeah, and so this year it was something that can potentially change over the years. My experience talking with them in this past grant cycle is it could be CLAM or it could be non-CLAM. Because we have CLAM, that's in the A2O, so it's both.
Okay.
We have 12,000, so it's both. So the a CLAM project could qualify for Florida Forever funding, but then the Florida Forever projects might not be in the CLAM. So they wouldn't necessarily get CLAM funding unless we moved to a CLAM project. Does that help at all? So the answer is, working with them so far, yes. They do love the CLAM program because they feel like that is something that has vetted the properties and the projects, and it's been approved by the Board of County Commissioners. So this go around, they specifically looked at the CLAM projects for what they wanted to potentially support. Plus, those are a little bit closer on the horizon because we can say, look, we actively are pursuing these. We already have approval to pursue them. But yeah, it could be either.
I just want to say thank you, Brandy and County Manager Mr. Pope, because that READY program with the naval base up there, And it's for national security. They want a buffer. They want you up there. And it's for conservation for us as, citizens and our children, our grandchildren down the road. I go out there sometimes looking in the backyard like a Martin's Island out there. So it's a buffer between me and the base. But you got Tiger Island, Little Tiger Island, you all, there's a lot of opportunities for us to conserve if we can partner with them and use some of their funding. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, County Manager Mr. Pope. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McCullough.
Thank you, Brandy. I wasn't at Wednesday's meeting. I was at the FACTI conference, and that led straight to a project at Gainesville where we're working with conservation and everything, and the A2A project came up because we were talking about Florida Forever. And I'm just telling you, it's so, and I know y'all feel like that too. Every time we get that opportunity I'm like, if you just knew Brandy, she's amazing. If you want it to happen. I wasn't going to share you with the other 66 counties, but it's so cool when you go, and I mean, we're talking about the Florida Forever project. We know that we're at more than $3 billion spent in conservation. You can see as a state, we realize, I think sometimes people are like, oh, Florida's a sellout state. There's nothing but homes coming. But you have to look at, okay, how do we conserve and what is the best way for the state to move forward? So I'm just so grateful to be here at this pivotal moment, and I'm so grateful for your literal life dedication to this project. So thank you, Brandy.
Well, I appreciate that, but I will just respectfully say this is such a collaborative and team effort, and everybody has done so much, and our partners are so critical. And I mean it when folks say, we don't have the support of our elected officials, or they have onesies and twosies. And we say, no, I will get fired if we don't make this happen.
Commissioner Farmer.
I just wanted to say thank you, Brandy. I truly believe that the key to Florida's growth woes are going to be conservation. And at the end of the day, there has to be a balance. And I think that, all of us, and I don't want to speak for everybody here on the board, but we're all private property rights, type people. And at the end of the day, I believe that this is a huge step forward, not only for Nassau County, but for the whole entire state of Florida. And Taco done a wonderful job presenting it. And at the Florida Association of Counties, we had people and commissioners coming from all over the state coming to ask us, man, we want to know more about this. We want to see more about this because, like I said, there has to be a balance. And I tell people when it comes to growth woes, where do you stand on private property rights? I mean, you're either pro or you're anti. You can't be both. It's like being pregnant. You're either there or you aren't. So at the end of the day, I just like to say, everybody that I represent is pro private property rights, and including myself. But I just want to say that this program is it's a tremendous program, not only for Nassau County, but for the entire state of Florida. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners got any
I
comments?
just
Commissioner
an
Hutton.
admin question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who named it 820? Because it's setting off my OCD because it's Atlantic 2 TO Okefenokee would be ATO, not A20. So if we could talk to somebody about that.
But from a
Yeah, but
branding
then that'd be like a
perspective, A20, I mean, think of the logo. That'll be A20.
Okay, all right. I'll get my head around it. Thank you for the clarity.
So one thing I would just,
Certainly.
County Manager.
yeah, just add to what Brandy said is to give you a magnitude of scale. First, like you all recognize, you set a great foundation for decades to come, generations to come. But in that 15 priority projects, there's 83 individual parcels, so 83 individual, parcel owners that we're working with. And so Brandy and the team have reached out to all of them, and the response, I think you have less than a dozen that have not been interested or already developed the property. So in general, the program is going to be wildly successful as we continue to build, and being able to level or layer those funding sources from the local, state, federal, and then private sector is going to be critical to get it done. And so super excited, appreciate all the hard work that Brandy does, as well as the attorney's office and Marshall from making sure we understand how the legal aspects and money works. So thank you all for the support. And then lastly, I saw former Commissioner Taylor in the audience, and he was actually the one who took the flag back in 16, 17 and made the motion, if I recall, to move us forward on doing a land acquisition program, so.
Can you say that louder?
He has been telling me that for 2 years, and I never believed him until now.
Can I nickel back, Mr. Chairman? Again,
Commissioner Huffman?
taxpayers approved this, taxpayers funded this.
68%?
68%, and so with a ton of credit to our own community for putting their money where their mouth is.
Hey, make that man some soup tonight, will you?
I'm on it. Good, thank you.
Thank you. County Manager, do you have anything else?
No, sir.
County Attorney's business.
I have no further business, thank you, sir.
All right, before I go into County Commission items, because I'll forget it, the informational item, tab N, information only, teen court annual funding report is out there if anyone's interested in taking a look at it. Okay, Commissioner Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be short and sweet. West Nassau Historical Society, they have a meeting this Thursday. If anybody'd like to attend, meals at 6:30, meetings at 7. Clyde Davis is going to be there, and he's going to be speaking on feuds in Nassau County. So if you want to go down there and be entertained by that, that'll be a very interesting topic by a very good speaker. Also, Thursday, August the 22nd, same thing. The speaker is to be determined or announced later. I wanted to also get a jump on everybody over on the east side of the county by saying that we have an Olympian in Poe Pinson that's in Paris, riding a skateboard for representing the United States of America. I was sent a message earlier that on July the 28th, which is next Sunday at 6 a.m., she'll be riding in the prelims, and at 11 a.m. there's the finals, and they're going to have a watch party at Mokama Beer Company there on 8th Street. So if you're around and you want to go cheer our local Olympian on, go by and let's cheer Poe on as she shows them how to ride a skateboard. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Farmer. Commissioner Huffman.
I have nothing further tonight, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McCullough.
I've got no further comment this evening, Mr. Martin.
Commissioner Gray.
I was going to piggyback on Commissioner Farmer, because I was going to bring the same thing up. I will just say one little thing here. The West Nassau Historical Society was recently awarded a Smithsonian Institute exhibit in collaboration with the Florida Humanities Council. It's a pilot program here in the state of Florida, and I know they got to be real proud of that. The project goes on an 18-month exhibition, and it starts in 2026. So over at the West Nassau Historical Society, they got some good stuff going over there. I don't know the Commissioner Farmer. I enjoy going over there eating a little bit of fried chicken once in a while. So just want to throw that out, and that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We got good chicken.
And I don't have anything. I think we did some good work tonight, and, it's not just about making folks feel good and cheer at the end, but it's about doing the right thing.
Right.
And so I think we did the right thing tonight, and I think we got some work to do to make sure things like this don't happen again. We're adjourned.
Good meeting, Mr.